pleasant morning. On behalf of the PPP Code IRR Committee, I am honored to welcome all of you to the stakeholder consultation for the implementing rules and regulation of RA 11966, or the Public-Private Partnership Code of the Philippines. Following the series of stakeholder consultations and information sessions conducted since January 2024, I am pleased to meet you again for another round of consultation today. We are glad to see representatives from the private sector joining us again to review and discuss the latest draft text of the PPP Code IRR. Last February 17, 2024, the IRR Committee published the draft text of the PPP Code IRR, requesting interested parties to submit their comments, inputs, and feedback by March 8, 2024. The same draft was deliberated by the committee during its meeting last February 21, 2024. The draft text of the IRR, which we will discuss today, was prepared by the TWG of the IRR Committee, composed of representatives from the following agencies: the National Economic and Development Authority, Department of Finance, Department of Budget and Management, Department of Justice, Department of Trade and Industry, Department of Interior and Local Government, Department of Environment and Natural Resources, Commission on Higher Education, Office of the Executive Secretary, and the PPP Center. This version of the draft IRR already reflects the results of a series of stakeholder consultations conducted in person and online. These public consultations embody an inclusive strategy to guarantee that the IRR aligns with sector-specific realities and challenges aimed at establishing a robust PPP policy environment in the country. Our goal today is to get the private sector's feedback on the salient provisions of the PPP Code IRR so that we can have an IRR that will be able to leverage private sector expertise in process innovation, resource mobilization, and high-quality service delivery. Before its finalization, we are here again to ensure that the valuable insights of the private sector are heard and considered. We have always recognized that the success of the Philippine PPP program will not be possible without the consistent cooperation and support of the private sector. With your continued support, we are confident that the PPP Code IRR will be released on schedule. The IRR Committee is on track to meet the 90-day deadline for the promulgation of the IRR. And by April 6, 2024, or 15 calendar days after the IRR's publication on March 22, we will already have a well-crafted and inclusive PPP Code IRR. So I urge you, our partners from the private sector, to share your ideas so that we can have a PPP legal framework that will enable the country to achieve inclusive and sustainable growth. Your active involvement in today's session is instrumental in shaping the success of the Philippine PPP program, and I thank you, and we look forward to have an interactive discussion with all of you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, 𝐿-𝐶𝐸. And now to deliver the welcome message from representing the Asian Development Bank, the Country Director of the Philippine Country Office, Mr. Pavit Ramachandran.
Ladies and gentlemen, a very warm welcome to each and every one of you gathered here today at the Asian Development Bank for this significant event. I see many of you online as well, so very warm welcome to all of you who have joined online. The second stakeholder consultation that's happening now with the private sector for the implementing rules and regulations, or the IRR, of Republic Act number 11966, better known as the Public-Private Partnership Code of the Philippines. Before we delve into the agenda for today, let me take a moment to underscore the importance of our collective presence here. The Philippine PPP Center has sought our collaboration in hosting this consultation, a pivotal step in finalizing the IRR of the PPP Code, which is mandated to be completed and published by 23rd March 2024. So in a few weeks' time. I express our gratitude to the PPP Center. I see Jeff here, and I think Executive Director Cynthia will join later as well, for their continuous partnership and trust in ADB's commitment to promoting PPPs. The signing of the PPP Code into law by President Ferdinand R. Marcos Jr. on 5th December 2023 marks a significant milestone in our journey towards establishing a modern and competitive legal framework for PPP investments. Today's gathering, tailored specifically for our private sector partners, highlights the indispensable role that you play in PPPs. Your expertise, resources, and innovative approaches are essential components in driving successful PPP projects. Collaboration between the government and the private sector is crucial for leveraging each other's strengths and capabilities to deliver high-quality infrastructure and services to the people of the Philippines. In a sense, today's consultations will contribute significantly to shaping the future landscape of PPPs in the country. Let us approach our discussions with a spirit of collaboration, innovation, and commitment to sustainable development. Thank you all for your presence today, and I look forward to productive deliberations as we collectively strive towards enhancing PPPs in the Philippines. Thank you very much.
Right, thank you so much, Mr. Ramachandran. And now, before we proceed with the discussions, may we now request everyone for a quick photo opportunity. So, just to manage the audience, kindly fill in the empty seats here in the center. So, for those of you who are sitting here at the right side of the stage and for the left side of the stage, there are still empty seats here at the center. So kindly fill in those seats. Thank you so much. So the photographer will be taking the photo from here, from the stage. All right. So, okay, let's just wait for a few more people. All right. All right. Thank you so much. So, yes, please. Kindly give us your smiles. All right. 1, 2, 3. All right. One more. All right. Thank you so much, everyone. So you may return to your seats now. Okay. So just to give you an overview of the house rules and the activities for this afternoon. So let me just go through this quickly. So first, kindly relate to us any health-related concerns. So the team is seated over here, and we also have the registration booth outside the venue hall. So kindly put your phones in silent mode during the session. However, if you have to answer an important call, you are free to step out of the room to answer it. So please accomplish the attendance form at the registration booth and also the feedback form that will be given to you after the session. So for our online attendees, please change your display name to your agency and your institution, underscore your first name and last name for easier identification. And microphones should be muted at all times except for when you are reciting or when you are asking your questions. So we encourage everyone to participate via the chat box and virtual reactions for those of you online. So, and please accomplish the online attendance form and the feedback form. So this session will be recorded for documentation purposes, and the materials will be shared to you after the session. And last but not the least, let's all foster a safe space in the event by being open and respectful to everyone. So just to give you an overview of the session flow, so we will be discussing the parts of the draft PPP IRR code per part, and then we will have some breaks in between before our closing activities. And just to manage the questions that will be coming from our on-site and online participants, for on-site participants, so there are microphones around the room, so you may use that later. So kindly raise your hand and then state your name and your affiliation before your questions. And then for online attendees, kindly type in your name and your affiliation and then your comments or inputs in the chat box. So we will be also opening the open forum for those online attendees who would like to recite or would like to state their question personally. All right, so without further ado, please help me welcome the Deputy Executive Director of the PPP Center, Mr. Jeffrey I. Manalo.
So good morning, everyone. as mentioned by our previous speakers, so this is round 2 of our consultation session, this time with the full text of the draft IRR. So again, this is not thesis panel discussion. So we're here to run through the draft section by section. This time, our role is note-taking and updating you if there would be updates. No? So this published draft has been discussed even after it was published with different stakeholders as part of the round 2. So there would be items that where we will be highlighting a few points we've gathered, and we'd be very much happy to hear your feedback, your comments on those. Let me start with this slide, just to give you an update on the first round of consultations we've had. We've gathered a total of 318 comments from the 18 stakeholder consultation sessions we've conducted. 260 were gathered from these sessions. Some were submitted through the online portal that we've set up, or email submissions. These represents 145 individuals or 118 unique entities. So all of these were processed by the technical working group chaired by ASEC Eric of NEDA, ASEC Eric Planta. And we've presented these to the IRR committee. So based on all these comments, we've drafted the full text, which is now the subject of our discussion today. So on the next slide, just the timeline. No? So this is actually the last leg of the second round of consultations we've conducted. And reminding everyone that after today, we still have until March 8th to receive your comments, inputs, and suggestions. On March 8th, we'll be closing the portal, and the TWG and the IRR committee will have to finalize the IRR, which we are targeting to publish on or before March 23. Okay, so let's start. First, let me give you a background on the flow of the IRR. So you would notice that the IRR is divided by titles, and depending on the complexity of each title, some were further divided by chapters, and then there would be specific provisions on a per section basis. Title and section numbers are continuous throughout the IRR, while the chapters restart every title. The flow of the IRR is based on the cycle of the PPP process, from development to project implementation. And then provisions after the implementation stage would either be thematic, which means special rules which are not necessarily present for all PPP projects. And then the institutions related to the processing of PPPs. Note also that considering the comments of legislators and stakeholders to make the IRR reader-friendly, Title 4 on evaluation and approval of PPP projects was divided into 2. So national and local PPP projects. So we have different chapters, but you would notice that many of those provisions would be sharing or mirroring the same set of provisions. But the intent really is so that those who would be working on national PPPs would be looking at the chapter particularly for national PPPs, and the same goes for local PPP implementers. On Title 6, on the other hand, for procurement of PPP projects, we've divided it to 2 chapters also, one for solicited and the other for unsolicited. You would also notice that many of the provisions were mirrored because many of those are applicable to both solicited and unsolicited. But just so our readers are guided whenever they use the IRR, we have divided them into two. For today's discussion, we will be able to touch on all sections except for Section 1, which is the title of the IRR, and Section 2, the Declaration of Policy, which we just lifted from the PPP code word per word. However, we will not do it chronologically. We have decided to cluster the topics on a per title basis, and we will be jumping from one title to another depending on the what's the right word? Complexity of the section based on the comments we've received from the stakeholders. Okay, so without further ado, we'll start with Title 2. Again, I'm going to just go through the section, no? Read the section title, give some updates if there are, and then please let us know if you have comments, questions, and suggestions. So let's begin. Title 2, that's Public-Private Partnerships. Section 5, Definition and Elements. Just two things to highlight here. Comments we've received in the past is that the section needs to clarify what the different elements of PPP are and what is public asset or service. So for the second one, lines 15 to 20 were added. So for purposes of the IRR, the implementing agency shall determine whether a contract provides a public asset or service through the following criteria. A, the delivery of the public asset or service is within the mandate of the IA. And B, the delivery of the asset and or service is for the public. So recall that there were suggestions to clarify if there is a threshold at which point the project or the infrastructure projects becomes a PPP. There was also a suggestion to put a limit such that if the public asset component is less than X%, then it will be outside of the PPP definition. So those were raised to the IRR, to the TWG and the IRR committee. But so far, the draft that is still presented is that if there is a public asset or public infrastructure component, then that infrastructure falls under the PPP definition and should follow the rules under the PPP code. So no carve out, no exemption. So that's the Section 5. Any comments, questions on Section 5? We will also accept text edits, proposed text edits, especially those that are quite critical. We see no raised hand. I'll now go to, I'm sorry, that's Section 5. Section 6, Scope and Coverage of PPP. So we had a lot of questions here also. So just to update you, 3 points. Any contractual arrangement that satisfy the elements of PPP as defined in Section 5 will fall under the PPP code. There was a suggestion last consultation session to still list the different BOT variants, even if we don't intend to define them, just to guide new implementing agencies who may not have the experience doing PPPs. And so we added letter E, item E, and item F. So we've explicitly mentioned BOT and its variants, but with a clear statement that this is not a limited list. And item F, operation and maintenance. The section was also drafted such that it's clear that the PPP contractual arrangements should be approved along with the parameters, terms, and conditions when the project is submitted to the appropriate approving body. Any comments, inputs, suggestions? Yes, please.
So kindly state your name and your application, sir.
Hello. Okay. Good morning. I am Dr. Don Valdez from Boehringer Ingelheim, Philippines Incorporated. We are a pharmaceutical firm with human pharma and animal health division. So basically, the question pertains actually to the previous one, Section 5. Because we were wondering during our review of the IRR, that the definition of development projects and services. We were trying to look for the definition of development projects and services, but would we were trying to understand if lines 15 to 20 in page 12 would sort of define what development project or service means.
Yeah. No, thank you. Right now, it's not defined in the IRR, so we're taking that input. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. So any other questions with regard the previous sections? All right, I think there's none anymore, Jeff.
Yeah. A quick note though, the intent really is there is a section, I think that's section 8 on the eligible types of PPP projects. The intent really is these are what we consider as development projects and services. But I understand even in that list, the word development projects and services was mentioned. So yeah, probably we have to define that. Thank you. I'll now go to section 7 on the non-applicability. A few things to highlight here. So the suggestion was to define excluded contractual arrangements. So we have provided either a definition or a qualifier. We added item B, ODA, that's lines 24 to 29 on our screen. Basically clarifying that ODAs, of course, as is excluded from the PPP code unless, though there is a qualification though. So if the ODA contract would identify PPP as a procurement modality, if both the government and the financing institution agree, then that project would now fall under PPPs. Third, we added the definition for service contracts, letter D, line 36. We've defined, in this draft, renewable energy service or operating contracts awarded pursuant to the Renewable Energy Act is excluded, no? Or are excluded. But just to update you, there is an ongoing discussion with the Department of Energy. In the last IRR discussion, the intent really is to, instead of an explicit outright carve out, there was an instruction to discuss amongst ourselves to make sure, to read the laws together such that we could do PPPs under the renewable energy sector, as in the practice in other countries. So there's that attempt to read these laws together. On item 4, we also have received a lot of suggestions on the definition of what purely commercial arrangement is. So this is in page 14. And what we have, before that, item H first, onerous donations. In the draft, we used charges, no? We have lifted this qualifier or definition from the Civil Code of the Philippines, but during the IRR discussion, the word charges might be confused with user fee charges, etc. So this will be changed to the word charges will be changed to consideration, which is a more general term used, no? And then on item J, the word purely or the phrase purely commercial arrangements. So we've tried to clarify this. The TWG tried to clarify this. That's on line 16. No, refers to an arrangement for profit that solely involves or seeks to address a private or business issue such as sale of goods, supply of equipment, and the like. And then we added some illustrative examples to further guide the reader. So these shall include but are not limited to the following. One, where the private partner develops government land into private real estate projects, such as commercial buildings, condominium, non-socialized housing and subdivisions, malls, office buildings, private schools, retail outlets, resorts, health clinics, and the list goes on. No? And two, where the private partner subleases lots and building spaces for commercial use as enumerated in item 1. There was also a question on who shall determine this. In the draft, it says it will be the implementing agency who shall determine whether the project is purely commercial in nature based on the provisions of the code and this IRR. Now, we have two updates here. The first one is, in the course of doing consultations with various stakeholders, both public and private, there are suggestions to delete the illustrative examples, as it may create more confusion in terms of, say, health clinics. While it says private real estate projects such as health clinics, it's a bit clear as far as the TWG is concerned. When we subjected these to consultations with different partners, there were differing appreciation. So there is a suggestion to delete it and focus instead on the principle. That's one. And the second, if there would be any confusion or uncertainty on the part of either the implementing agency or the private partners preparing unsolicited proposals, the suggestion is just have a paragraph that states that entities or parties may request for a non-policy matter opinion or a non-binding opinion from the PPP Center to determine whether a project would fall under the PPP code or not. So we'd like to hear your thoughts on this. This one's very critical. So two schools of thought. One is trying to specify it as much as we can. The others is sticking to the principle and just provide an opener where parties can ask agency, in this case the PPP Center, on a per project basis.
Right, so any questions from our on-site participants or clarifications? All right, so there is one question from our online participants. This is from the DBP, Ms. Elise Galvan. So the question is, will the definition for PPP variants under the BOT law and its IRR apply in this proposed IRR?
Thank you for that question. The answer is no. We intended to not define those. The list is more illustrative. The definition in terms of what the BOT structure is will be defined on a per contract basis. So the parameters, terms, and conditions by which this BOT variance will be defined shall be written in the parameters, terms, and conditions to be proposed by the implementing agency in the case of solicited PPPs, or the unsolicited, the proponent of the unsolicited proposal in case of unsolicited PPPs.
All right, thank you so much. So, any other clarifications? I'm hearing none, so you may proceed with the next part.
Okay, I now go to Section 8, eligible types of PPP projects. Note that this list is mostly lifted from the revised 2022 IRR. There is an explicit mention of water treatment and desalination in item K, and of security-related infrastructure in item X. The rest is actually as published. Any comments, questions, suggestions on Section 8?
All right, sir.
Hello, good morning again. For Section 8, letter M, which basically describes health infrastructure, hospitals, clinics, research facilities, and other related facilities. Is it possible for the IRR committee to expand what can be considered under PPP for health purposes? For example, capacity building or medicines access programs. I mean, because if you look at it, it seems it's limited really to the infrastructure, the health facility component. Although we also note that there was a statement that such as but not limited to the following. But if it's something that the IRR committee can consider, just to acknowledge the existence of existing PPPs for health that are not limited to infrastructure. Thank you.
Thank you for that suggestion. More comments from the group?
Okay, so any other questions or inputs? All right, sir. Yes, kindly state your name and your affiliation.
Good morning. I'm Brando Cabalsi from PwC Philippines. I just would like to clarify because I'm looking at the enumeration and I don't know where, for example, I could put in a convention center, for example, being developed by the government. And also like in the exclusion a while ago, there was a sports facility. So I would believe that a sports facility could also be considered as a PPP viable project. So I don't know where I'm going to put those things. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you for that. This is giving me quiz B feels. No, no, our answer is we were counting it under item Q, no, government buildings, but probably this has to be further described. Or I think that the thing is this is not a limited list, no. So if it's not written here, it would probably fall under item AA, which is other infrastructure or development projects. But during our discussion, it's actually, we count it as a government building because no, convention centers are normally owned by LGUs, which are the implementing agencies or a national government entity. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. So any other clarifications or inputs? Yes, ma'am.
Hello, good morning. Yeah, I'm Kay from Manila Water. So my comment is on letter K. Yeah. uh, for water treatment, we can also include wastewater. So water and wastewater treatment. Because we can't find it anywhere else.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. So any more inputs or comments before we proceed with the next part? All right, so I'm seeing none. Also, no comments from our online participants, so you may proceed with the rest.
Okay, Section 9, parties to PPP contracts, no updates or changes in the published draft. So, unless there are comments, suggestions, clarifications. Okay, probably I can go to Section 10, financing of PPP projects. Note that we've introduced two defined terms here: alternative financial instruments and blended financing. We'll talk on the proposed definition of alternative financial instruments and blended financing when we discuss the section on the definition of terms. Any comments, questions on Section 10, financing of PPP projects?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, good morning again, Brando Cabalsi again. I just, well, I don't know if we will be discussing this in the definition, but if I'm looking at the how we describe the blended financing here, it seems to me like the usual, hybrid, wherein, for example, an ODA will be used to construct the facility, and then later on you will do it as an O&M. But if my reading about blended financing, if you look at the definition there in the OECD, it seems that blended financing is like if the development partners of the government wants to support the PPP, it could provide actually financial assistance to the private sector rather than putting the facility itself, and then so it's more of supporting the private sector in terms of financing, and it may be a financing which is lower. It provides lower rates to compared to the market, so it would really assist the private sector rather than the hybrid. But I think hybrid could also be included here. But that concept of assisting the private sector using the support from development partners could also be.
Okay, thank you for that. We'll raise that to the TWG and the IRR committee.
Right, so any other inputs or comments from our
Yes,
on-site?
please.
Yes. Right, kindly state your name and your affiliation.
Yes, hello, good morning. I'm Patrick Ebid from Metro Pacific Tollways Corporation South. Okay, so I think this is on Section 9. And this might have been discussed during the public consultation. So we just want to seek clarification and guidance in interpreting the above quoted provision and how it will be read in relation to Section 2163 E on the repeal of Section 3A of PD 1112, which is on the authority of the Toll Regulatory Board to enter into contracts or into PPP contracts. I mean, was there any comment from the PRB? Thank you.
Thank you for that. So, essentially, as a matter of I guess the short answer is PRB can still enter into PPP projects as an implementing agency. Although this time, the law and the IRR provides for gives it as an exceptional cases. So the general rule is no regulating body should be implementing projects that they regulate. But if they do, they need to come up and submit what's the term? Conflict mitigation plan as part of its contract management plan pursuant to Section 129 of the IRR. The details of the conflict mitigation plan is intended or is expected to be issued at a later time through the PPP Governing Board as a supplemental issuance. So that's we hope that one's clear, because we also got that question. So can regulators still implement PPP projects?
All right. Yes, sir.
Francis Asilo from MPIC. So while we're on this, so just to clarify, right, lines 20 to 23. So because implementing agency and regulatory body are defined differently. So the way we should read this is that an implementing agency can still implement a project which it regulates, provided that it shall adopt a conflict mitigation plan. Is that the proper way to read this? Because the way we read this is because if you look at the two definitions of implementing agency and regulatory body, they don't actually necessarily refer to one. But we know that with the current state of things now, an implementing agency will have sectors that it both, it can develop a project and regulate. So that's how we should read it, that an implementing agency can still implement a PPP project that it regulates, provided that it has a conflict mitigation plan.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
And just because I know the intention of this section, right? This is in line, and I'm sure you had consultations with the GCG as well on this. So can we ask for any updates? Because there's a broader plan to really separate the proprietary functions of these agencies and the regulatory functions. Because in a lot of implementing agencies, actually, the regulatory functions and the proprietary functions still overlap. So you have the likes of DOTR, DPWH, which are your major implementing agencies actually in PPP projects. So is there a broader push to actually segregate the proprietary functions and the regulatory functions of these agencies?
Yeah. Well, as a matter of policy, yes, I think that has been sounded off in several policies, even in the National Transport Plan, etc. But for purposes of the IRR, what the TWG and the committee has noted is that the PPP code is not intended to, to remove those powers of these entities to actually enter into PPP. So we didn't intend to change that through the IRR. So that's the take of the TWG and the committee. But yes, as a matter of policy, you will notice that in the different policy statements in different issuances.
Right, thank you so much. So any other inputs on this section? All right, so I think there are no more inputs for this part, Jeff.
Okay, that's Title 2. I now go to Title 3. That's pages 18 to 27 of the published draft. Title 3 is preparation of PPP projects prior to approval. Chapter 1 is about PPP units. Section 11 is establishment of PPP units. No change in the published draft unless we get comments, inputs, suggestions from the group.
I think wala naman dyan.
Okay, I now go to Section 12, composition of PPP units. So we have the published text on our screen, but just to update you, there have been a lot of comments and suggestions from different parties here. And in the last IRR committee discussion, there is a consideration in terms of removing the specific composition to give flexibility to implementing agencies. And so that implementing agencies may hire external personnel or consultants to perform duties of PPP units. So especially in the case of local government units, for instance, which has a very limited plantilla positions, it might be better to sort of outsource the technical competencies. Anyway, the accountability rests with the local chief executive. So that's one suggestion. On the other hand, and we notice this more in the case of national implementing agencies, there is a call to retain the specific requirements in a PPP unit, because that gives them also one, guidance, number two, a leverage when they start asking for plantilla positions for their entities. Both are very valid concerns. So this is something that the TWG and the IRR committee would be weighing in on, and the TWG is considering probably, it could be both, right? So probably different approaches for different types of entities. So we'd like to hear your thoughts on this.
Just a question. The purpose of setting up that PPP unit is like something, a permanent office or permanent unit in a government agency, or just an ad hoc, meaning it could be created on a per project basis, and maybe the requirements, the skills required, the skills will be different, so that we will not really set who are those members of the PPP unit.
Yeah, Section 11 allows for both. And it will be the head of the implementing agency to decide whether they want to create, a permanent unit or effectively an ad hoc, a designated unit.
Right, so any other inputs or questions, clarifications? Right, so I'm seeing none. Jeff?
Okay, let me go to the next chapter then. Chapter 2, Consolidated Investment Programs and List of PPP Projects. Just to note, we used to call this consolidated plans in the last consultation session. So now we're using the term Consolidated Investment Programs. The list of PPP projects, on the other hand, is normally what we refer to as the pipeline of the implementing agency. And this list of PPP projects would basically be the consolidated pipeline of all local and national implementing agencies. Section 13, guiding principles in identifying PPP projects. We have lifted this from the PPP code, except for item C, which is a proposed addition, economic and financial viability, and item G, market acceptability and commercial attractiveness. And then on lines 9 to 17, that paragraph, note that we have capitalized the word consolidated investment programs, as this will be a defined term. And then all master plans and investment programs to be submitted to NEDA and PPP Center will be posted in both of our websites and will be referred to in the evaluation and approval of PPP projects. Any comments, questions on Section 13, Guiding Principles in Identifying PPP Projects?
Right, so anyone? I'm seeing none, Jeff.
I'll now go to Section 14, Preparation of the List of PPP Projects. This list will also be referred to in the evaluation and approval of PPP projects. But so far, we have not changed anything or received any input on or suggestion of changing this, the published version. So unless we have comments and new inputs on this one.
Right, so I'm seeing none as well.
I'll go to section 15, submission of the list of PPP projects. No change on the published version unless we have inputs from the team.
All right, no inputs, Jeff.
Okay, let's go to section 16, publication of the list of PPP projects. We'd like to highlight lines 12 to 14. Any discrepancies between the list of the implementing agency and the PPP center, the consolidated list of the PPP center shall prevail. So we're doing a final words meeting and cleaning up, but the idea is there, no? So if there are differences between the list of the IA in their website and that of the PPP center, what will prevail is the list of that's published in the PPP Center website. This is also to incentivize all implementing agencies to make sure that they have submitted the latest, the most updated list they have, the most updated pipeline to the PPP Center. That's one. And second, so that all stakeholders will only be looking at an official pipeline of PPP projects. So private sector, for instance, need not go on a per agency basis. You can rely on the consolidated list of PPP projects listed on the PPP Center website. And then on line 16 to 18, recall that in the last consultation sessions, we said we wanted to add or publish a submission of unsolicited proposal only after the implementing agency has conferred the original proponent status. And we got your feedback and said that might be too late in the game. And so in this version, unsolicited proposals shall be included in the list of PPP projects once the PPP Center has endorsed such proposal to the implementing agency for processing in accordance with Title V or Title 5. The idea basic, so in short, once the proposal is tagged as complete, then that's the time it gets to be included in the list so that all stakeholders are aware. We received suggestions saying, oh, it should be upon submission. But the problem with that is it may affect the approval and other conditions of other PPP projects that's being worked on. And we might end up with a scenario that the proposal is incomplete. So we had to sort of hit that sweet spot, and we thought it would be after the PPP Center has declared the proposal complete. We'd like your insights on these two. Any comments, suggestions? Hopefully, no violent reaction. Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. Kindly state your name and your affiliation.
Oh yeah, it's working. Hi, Diego Webster from ND Group. Just to clarify, if there is a discrepancy between the list of the IA and the PPP Center, such that an unsolicited proposal is submitted to the PPP Center, but not yet included in the list, will that be considered an unsolicited proposal even if it's already listed in the list of the implementing agency?
Sorry, can you repeat the question again?
Yeah.
Please? Sorry.
So there's two lists. One is the list of the implementing agency where the project is listed, but it's not included in the list of the PPP Center. So if we submit a project, a proposal, yes, to the PPP Center, but it's not included in the list, will that be considered a solicited project, a proposal, or unsolicited proposal?
The submitted unsolicited proposal is an unsolicited proposal. It will be in that list. we will have to clarify that there is that unsolicited proposal, but it will not sort of delist or remove an identified solicited PPP. So let me check if I got you correctly. So in the list, if you visit the list, the agency X intends to do airport Y. And so the list of solicited PPP projects would include airport Y. And then your question is, if proponent A submits an unsolicited proposal for airport Y, what happens? How will it be treated on the list? That's the question, right?
No. The
okay.
question is, let's say Airport Y is listed as a PPP project under the implementing agency's list, but it is not listed in the PPP Center's list. So if we submit to the PPP Center a proposal, will that be considered as solicited proposal or unsolicited proposal? Because there's a discrepancy between the two lists.
Okay. There are many levels there based on your question. Thank you for that. We will have to discuss it at TWG, but just to give you an idea, if the question is whether or not the list will be the one to determine whether it shall be solicited or unsolicited,
Yes.
the answer is no. It will be the implementing agency who will have to decide whether they want to go solicited track or not, regardless if the project is on the list or not. Note that upon submission to the PPP Center, what we are to do is just a completeness check. The next stage is for the implementing agency to do a detailed evaluation. So at that point, the implementing agency will be prompted, assuming they have not submitted or inputted that project into the list of projects. They will have to decide whether they will go solicited or unsolicited.
Yeah, but please correct me if I'm wrong. From what I've read, there's different requirements in a completeness check between a solicited and unsolicited proposal. So, in order for the PPP Center to do a completeness check, they will first have to determine whether or not the proposal is solicited.
Okay, good question. That has to be clarified. PPP Center will not do a completeness check on a solicited proposal. It's only for unsolicited proposal. There is no concept of completeness check for purposes of detailed evaluation by the implementing agency for solicited. So, and I think we will touch that later. The process is, if it's solicited, agency identifies the project, prepares it, and then goes straight to the approval stage. They submit the project to the appropriate approving body.
Oh, okay.
Only unsolicited proposal goes through the PPP Center first for completeness check, and then endorsed to the implementing agency for decision.
Got it. So, just to clarify again, so an unsolicited proposal, if submitted to the PPP Center, is presumed to be unsolicited, even if the premise is as before, where there is a discrepancy between the lists of the implementing agency and the PPP Center.
Discrepancy. Okay. The answer to the first question is yes. When it's submitted as an only unsolicited proposals will be submitted to the PPP Center. That's for sure.
Got it.
If an implementing agency submits to us a solicited proposal, we'll just guide them and say, oh, we don't do that for solicited. So rest assured, if it's an unsolicited proposal by the private partner, it's assumed to be an unsolicited, it will be treated as an unsolicited proposal. So that's one. Second, on the discrepancy part, the discrepancy provision here, and this is a good feedback, thank you. We might have to clarify it further in the text. The discrepancy is for purposes of making sure that there is that the pipeline of PPP projects of the implementing agency mirrors the exact pipeline that is actually in the list of the PPP center. And it's trying to solve a different problem. That is, later on in the approval provision, if a proposed project, regardless whether it's a solicited or an unsolicited proposal, it has a similar project that is in the list of PPP projects, the approving body changes. So it may go either ICC route or just the head of the implementing agency or the board. So that's the purpose of the discrepancy clause in this provision, not to distinguish between solicited or unsolicited.
Okay. Sorry, a related question. Is there a timeline during which the implementing agency should submit an updated list?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
The timeline is, we know it's here. We just couldn't find it. Wait. Yeah, it's 7 days. Can we point them to which section? So, section 15, line 18. So, within 30 calendar days from effectivity of the IRR, they are supposed to submit. No? So, in short, after a month upon the effectivity of the IRR, you could expect the PPP center to have the consolidated list. And then, moving forward, lines 34 and 35 will kick in. So any updates to the list shall be submitted within 7 calendar days from approval of the implementing agency.
Yeah,
So,
okay.
yeah.
7 calendar days. And is there a timeline within which the PPP center should publish the updated list after the submission of the implementing agency?
There's no timeline here. I think that's a good input. Yeah, okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, any other questions or clarifications, inputs from our on-site participants? Yes, sir.
Sorry. Is it okay if we go back lang to previous sections? I think on the section wherein you specifically ask for any inputs on the enumerations. the
Yeah,
schools of
okay.
thought. Sorry.
That's
just
section,
occurred
you
to
mean
me.
the projects, the types
Yes,
of
the projects.
Section 8, I think.
Because you
Yes.
mentioned there were 2 schools of thought, right? So actually, now that I've thought of it, it may be better not to enumerate actually the specific examples. Only because, for example, in your section 8, which is on the exclusions, right? You mentioned that the purely commercial bit, you'll run into problems, for example, for land reclamation. Because really the land reclamation projects are real estate development. So, and I see here that you have a conscious inclusion of land reclamation activities as a PPP. But land reclamations by regulations now are necessarily undertaken or usually undertaken as a joint venture with the local government or with PRA. Then you have an exclusion there, which is for mixed-use development and purely commercial development. So, for example, the land reclamation in Manila Bay, will it be a PPP project or not a PPP project? Because I can see it that it can fall under J, Romanet 1. So,
Thanks for that. That's actually the tone of the discussion when the proposed deletion was discussed. It may just confuse the users. So yeah, thank you for that feedback.
Right, so any other inputs? All right, so I'm seeing none. So just a reminder for those of you who are needing Wi-Fi access, the username and password is already on your ID. So it's at the bottom of your IDs. And also, there are still sandwiches and coffee and tea outside if you need to do quick bites. So feel free to do so in between the session. So thank you. Jeff, we can proceed with the next part.
We're now on section 17, the listing of projects in the list of PPP projects. We'd like to highlight page 23, lines 12 to 13. That's the last sentence, no? The rules and grounds for the listing shall only be applicable to the list of PPP projects and not to the consolidated investment programs. So basically, the idea is not because the project or the agency decided to not undertake a project via PPP means it's also out of their priority. So those are two different lists. The Consolidated Investment Program is the list of infrastructure priorities by the implementing agency. The list of PPP projects is a subset list, no? It would be a subset of that consolidated investment program which they intend to undertake via PPP. So we hope that's clear. The other one is you would notice that the grounds for the listing has increased. This is following the comments by the stakeholders in the last round, where we only cited 2 grounds, no? So hopefully we've covered everything, unless we have inputs, comments, suggestions.
Okay, so any inputs? I'm seeing none, Chair.
I'll now go to Chapter 3, Development of PPP Projects. First off, Section 18, Guiding Principles in Developing PPP Projects. We have lifted this from the PPP Code except Item F, Commercial Feasibility and Market Acceptability. Also in this, there's a question?
Yes, there's a question
Yes,
from
sir.
Hello, good morning. Patrick Rosales from Cabrera and Company. Just a quick clarification. Does this enumeration also apply to unsolicited proposals? And I'm asking because there's a recent web page that was published in the PPP Center website. And you can access there a link where it says that for unsolicited proposals, VFM is not applicable. Thank you.
Yeah. During TWG, the intent really, if we look at the first sentence, this is the implementing agency developing the project. So this is really framed from a solicited point of view where it's the implementing agency developing the PPP project. On the second, the second part of your question or comment, yes, VFM was not included there. We'll touch on that later, but I think that at the risk of preempting the discussion later, we noted that VFM analysis is something that the government should be doing because we hold the data for the public sector comparator, and not the private sector. But we do have other suggestions and alternative insights on that, so we'll touch on that later. So just one more thing to highlight under this section 18, last paragraph, page 24, lines 1 to 3. In cases where implementing agencies concerned comprise of a national and a local implementing agency, it shall be evaluated and approved following the processes for both national and local PPP projects. So here we're already explicitly introducing the concept of co-grantorship. We've had a number of questions on this one. Can a national IA partner with a local government unit? The short answer is yes, but the approval process would have to undergo the 2 approval processes of the national implementing agency and then the local government unit.
On this co-granting mechanism or approach, are we also looking at maybe coming up with a mechanism wherein these different government agencies will just create a joint or interagency committee to process the project rather than, I understand the approval, but in terms of evaluation, how can you evaluate, for example, one project? This is my LGU aspect, this is my national aspect. Am I going to evaluate only the components of LGU or the components of... So, I don't know. Perhaps we'll just do a joint intergovernment or interagency, I don't know, committee, or how do you call that one? Perhaps in processing big projects or larger scale of projects.
Thank you for that suggestion. We confirm we heard that input as well. So we'll discuss this in the TWG and the IRR committee. Thank you.
Right, ma'am. Yes, please.
If we submit an unsolicited proposal to PPP Center that will have to be jointly implemented by two or more implementing agencies, to whom will the PPP Center submit the unsolicited proposal for processing?
To all the implementing agencies concerned. That's assuming that we have validated that the implementing agency has the mandate to, that it's aligned with their functions.
Okay, thank you.
Right, thank you so much. So any other inputs? Right, so I'm seeing none. None from online participants as well.
I'll now go to section 19, scope and depth of the feasibility studies. Four things to note here. Number one, we've added, or there is a proposal, not yet in this published version, there is a proposal to add LARAP, Heritage Impact Assessment, and Geotechnical Report. Second, that there be a statement, a catch-all statement that any FS should be consistent with prudent industry practice. And third, to expand the item on social analysis to include or to cover persons with disability. And then finally, on item S, that's page 25, there's a typo there. This is not sex aggregated, this is sex disaggregated data. So, yes, any comments, inputs on this one?
Yes, sir. Kindly state your name and your affiliation.
Good morning. My name is Johan Martinez, Isla Lipana, or PWC. I have actually a question on one of the items there, but before I go to that, I'd like to address your non-written suggestions, particularly on LARAP. I think it's a good suggestion as long as it should be clarified that it is not the level of LARAP that we usually required in DED project. Because if you read all of the regulations associated with LARAP, it's usually associated with DED. No? Because if you look, for example, if the context in most of those cases refers to, for example, ODA or 9184 doing now a design phase. But if you require that level of detail, that might be inefficient because the project in itself might not be approved, and therefore you require an activity that is so thorough or with a much level of detail that will, if the project is approved, will not be used anyway. So sayang lang. So okay naman. So LARAP, as long as it's qualified to be more like a high-level evaluation of right of acquisition. Okay.
Thank you for that.
On letter P, going back to a point that has been raised earlier, VFM analysis, the case in the case of solicited project. This is actually a welcome addition. I think the PPP committee is not wrong in adding this, but I'd like just to raise some nuances that so that if we can plug some possible gaps. No? So if we say that in the case of solicited projects, we actually mean that for the unsolicited proposals, we are not requiring BFM analysis. And partly that's right, but then elsewhere in the guidelines, we also say that unsolicited proposals may also be submitted for projects, even those that are already included in the PPP list of projects. And we also say that in development of PPP list of PPP projects, the consolidated investment program should also be considered. So if you compare the CIP and the list of PPP projects, you may have a projects in the CIP that will not find its way into the PPP list. So if unsol is allowed for a project that already in the PPP list, it follows that it should also be allowed to propose projects that are in the CIP list, which may happen to be a 9184 project. So you might, in case there's a proposal to go unsol for an existing project that is already under the 9184, for example, procurement mode of the government, somebody has to undertake a VFM analysis. And if the unsol proponent is not that, PPP Center might also be not the other party because they are not doing the other thing. No? Did you get the, sorry?
Yeah, no. The idea is, yeah, definitely the VFM analysis will be conducted, but at the evaluation and approval stage, when it reaches the appropriate approving body. The point and who is supposed to do that? As in the current practice, and I understand the committee is not changing the status quo in terms of requiring VFM analysis at the evaluation and approval stage by the appropriate approving body, which means it is the implementing agency who should have conducted the VFM analysis prior to securing the approval. There is, however, an alternative thought on this one. The suggestion was to still require it for unsolicited proposals and let the private proponent do its due diligence in coordinating with the relevant implementing agency to get the data they can use for this public sector comparator. And another reason cited under this idea was because, or is that the IA may not have, number one, the capacity and enough time to do it in between the detailed evaluation stage and the negotiation phase, before they submit it for final approval. So these are, two equally valid things again, and we want to get your thoughts on this.
The sentiment here is more like the in between those two school of thoughts. So we keep it in the case of unsol, you're not required unless you have duplicating projects that you need to prove that doing PPP is actually better.
Okay, I think, that's a suggestion that we can discuss in the TWG.
Yeah,
so,
thank you.
Yeah, okay. Thank you for that input.
Right? Yes, sir.
Morning, Sunny Sevilla from ADP. For letter T, description of the supply chain of the markets affected, that's awfully broad. What's the intent and scope that you're expecting from that? Kasi, I mean, that can be anything. No? Yun ang, I realize this is probably from a PCC circular, no? But this can be used as a way to demand or require a very, very broad and ultimately unproductive set of analyses. Yun lang.
The answer is we listed down the requirements such that it would harmonize with the requirements that will also be requested by the PCC. So the idea is that if you come up with an FS that includes this, you're good with the approving body, you're good with the PCC. But I get the question on what this should contain, and I'm looking at my teammates if we want to answer that or we just discuss this at the TWG.
Siguro it's I mean
Yeah.
I realize it's not a simple issue, but I guess I'm saying when you finalize this, please keep in mind that it would be helpful if you define define what exactly is required, and also think through what's really useful from the point of view of approving a PPP project, and let the PCC sort of deal with its own requirements. Yun lang, suggestion lang.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Thank you for that input. We'll discuss this internally.
All right, thank you so much. Any other inputs from our participants? Kindly raise your hand if you have any other inputs regarding this section. All right, so I'm seeing none. Jeff, maybe we can proceed.
Okay, I'll go to section 20, stakeholder consultations. No change in the draft as published, unless we have questions from the floor or from our online colleagues.
All right, so none from online participants, and I'm seeing none as well here at the event hall.
I'll go to section 21, investment recovery scheme. Still no change on the published draft. Comments, please.
All right, yes, sir.
Yes, good morning. Maybe just on line 21. So, and this is just our opinion. It seems to sow confusion, actually. A combination of the above schemes means that a PPP project can simultaneously be revenue-based and availability-based. So two things there. Number one, are we looking at a scenario where the project is primarily financed through availability payments, but then there are other sources of revenue that can be developed by the private sector to lower the availability payments? Because if that's the case, that's still availability-based, right? On the other hand, if you're talking about revenue-based payments, are we talking about a scenario where the project primarily recovers from the revenues that are derived from the operation of the facility, but that it will require some form of funding from government, such as VGF or subsidy, which cannot exceed 50% of the project cost? Then isn't that still revenue-based, just with support for VGF? So actually, for me, my suggestion is to strike out that sentence altogether. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for that comment. Just to explain the history of this sentence, and I think during the first round of consultations, we weren't asked once, no? We have been asked a couple of times whether a PPP project should be either revenue-based or availability-based, because the way it's framed is it's item A, item B, and then it could be, or there could be other forms, no? So the question is, so are we limited to choose between the two, when the reality is there could be mixed arrangements. That's one. Second, so we started answering from your perspective. That is, it can either be primarily revenue-based or primarily availability-based. But that's the thing. The word primarily is that may sow further confusion, no? From as early as determining or defining whether it's revenue-based or availability-based. So we just thought of saying the point really is a PPP project can be structured with those two investment recovery schemes. So that's really the history of this lines 21 and 22. So basically saying na, regardless whether that's primarily AP or primarily revenue-based, there could be PPP projects where there is a combination of both. Plus the chapeau on in line 7, any of the following schemes or a combination thereof. Yeah, but of course, we're taking that feedback. If this might add confusion, so yeah, probably this should be deleted. We'll raise this in the TWG and the committee. Thank you.
All right, so any other inputs from our participants? Kindly raise your hand if you have. All right, so I'm seeing none and none from online participants as well.
I'll go to section 22, mitigation of interconnectivity and interface risks. Just an item here. We gathered comments and suggestions to further discuss the content and the timing of the MOA execution and submission. So this is up for TWG discussion. So if you have comments, additional inputs, please raise them now. Oh, and I think there's one more thing. I think somewhere here it mentions the private proponent, line 36. So agreed upon by all relevant parties, including the IA and the private proponent. I think a lot of our stakeholders got confused here because they're saying, also, this presumes that this is post-contract execution already because there's already the proponent. So we'll be clarifying this because the intent really is this should be at an earlier stage, making sure that projects are harmonized even before we enter into an agreement.
Patrick from MPT South. So I think just by way of suggestion, we're suggesting that instead of a MOA, that it be a written instrument on the commitment of the implementing agency and the private proponent to implement an interconnection and their interface plan agreed upon by all relevant parties, considering that, this provision pertains to the PPP project still under the approval process. Thank you.
Yeah, I think we think that's a good suggestion. We'll discuss that in the TWG. Thank you.
Right, ma'am, yes.
What's the level of involvement in the approval process of the agencies that will be where the MOA will be submitted? So for national, it's PPP Center and ICC. So what's it? Do they have any approving authority over the MOA?
You mean from the approving body's point of view?
Yes.
Oh, the idea is it will be one of the requirements, one of the documents that the approving body will have to look at to consider when they evaluate and approve a project.
So even if the relevant parties, the IA and the private proponent, have already agreed on the terms of the MOA, what will be submitted in the case of national PPP projects to the PPP Center and the ICC will still be subject to the approval of both of them? Is that
Sorry.
right?
Okay, let me let me clarify what we wanted to happen here. So when you develop a project, you see there you have a conflict with another project of another agency. The idea is for all of you to agree on a plan such that by the time the proposed project X is submitted to the appropriate approving body, they see the whole picture. Okay, so this is how you intend to. Because what happens in the past is that, oh, there's a conflict here. It's hard to decide. Go back and then talk to them first, or we'll approve and deal with it later, and then it will cause delay. So here the intent is when you go to the approving body, you more or less have an idea on how you intend to cure the conflict. So the approving body, for instance, to your point, will not be approving or clearing the MOA as it is, no? Approving body approves and decides on the project in a holistic manner, where the MOA, or as suggested earlier, a written instrument is just one of those many considerations. I think we have also learned in the past where it's always easy for two agencies to say, "Oh, we've already agreed." But if the plan, it's just words. We'll agree. But 2-3 years after, nobody knows who's going to use right of way X and right of way Y. So we just delayed the discussion or delayed the cause of delay. So the idea is, let's talk about it now so that when we enter into a contract, we more or less have an idea on what's going to happen.
Yeah, so essentially, the premise here is that the MOA to be submitted is already fully executed by the parties, and not just a draft.
Okay, I think that's yes, not just a draft, but I think that's where the suggestion comes in, no? Because parties would you'd have to execute a MOA, etc. When it could be just any other written instrument with an attached plan. I think what's important is the plan that the parties would agree on. So yeah.
Yeah. Well, what may be also important is how do we determine whether that MOA is binding to the IA, the relevant parties, the IA and the private proponent, such that if there is something that goes astray from the MOA during or even after the approval stage, will the private proponent be able to use the MOA as reference?
Yeah, there's only one way to know whether it will be binding. When it's executed, parties can. So here's the thing: the approving body, upon seeing the plan, the interface plan, can include what has been agreed by the parties as part of the parameters, terms, and conditions. Say if the proposed project is submitted and they say our sharing of right of way with agency X on project B will be this. That arrangement can be embedded in the parameters, terms, and conditions that will be approved by the approving body. And as required by law and in the process, that PTC will have to be honored all the way up to contract drafting and then through the implementation.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. So we have one question from our online participants. So this is on section 21. So is the reasonable profit mentioned in section 21 the same as reasonable rate of return under section 4 QQ? If yes, what is the basis for the 15% ceiling and how will the reasonableness be determined? So who shall determine the reasonableness?
Answer is no. No, it's not the same. So reasonable profit is not the same as the reasonable rate of return as defined in the law. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Any other inputs or clarifications from our on-site participants? Okay, so anyone, kindly raise your hand. All right, I'm seeing none, so maybe we can proceed.
Let's go to section 23, land value capture strategies. We've received comments that this section has not been providing much details. Number one. Number two, is it a requirement as part of the PPP proposal for approval? So on the second question, no, it's not a requirement. Number two, the idea is we don't have enough details. As we speak, and even in different jurisdictions, this concept of land value capture strategies is still an area of discussion. So we just mimicked what was mentioned in the law and provided for an opening where later on the PPP governing board may wish to issue a related instrument on this one. But no, so don't worry, it's not a requirement at this point. It's not a hard requirement.
Right? Yes, sir.
I think this concept is one of the, I think, improvements of the PPP code. Kasi this will give us other ways to finance or to fund a project. But the problem here is that we do not have a good framework on how to operationalize this one. Because when you say land value capture, it could be something like, as mentioned there, if there is a project, the value of maybe the properties around that project will increase. And how are you going to maximize that increase? How are you going to put that in the project? So we need, like, in our scenario now, it could be via a real property tax assessment, and this is within the authority of the local government. But if the project is national, how can we ask the local government to impose maybe special assessment to that property because it benefits it gets benefits from the project. So I don't know, this could be something like there may be a need to legislate this one because it's in the LGU, but the LGU may not be willing really to share this to the national government. So I don't know if this is something really that we can operationalize. But this is very good because it would give opportunity really to enhance the viability of a PPP project. Thank you.
Thank you for that insight.
All right. Any other inputs or clarifications?
That's the last section under Title 3. I'll now go to Title 4, Evaluation and Approval of PPP Projects. We'll start with Chapter 1, Evaluation and Approval of National PPP Projects. Section 24 is Appropriate Approving Body for National PPP Projects. Again, for this title, there will be two chapters, one for national, one for local. Some sections will be repeated since it will apply to both national and local. We'll still go through them section by section, but I will flag whether one should be mirroring the other, certain sections. Okay, under section 24, there is a table, okay, here on our screen, on the breakdown of the 120 calendar days. In the most recent discussion of the IRR committee, the intent is to remove the table to give and let the ICC and the thresh out the the breakdown of the 120 calendar days. We will still, however, retain the deadlines, the 120 calendar days and the 90 calendar days in Table 2. So that's an update for everyone. And that the ICC guidelines will further thresh out how to operationalize the green lane for SUCs amounting to 15 billion and up but do not require any government undertaking from the national government. And then, yes, so that's section 24, 24.2, and 24.3. One last on section 24.3, the last paragraph, page 30, lines 31 to 35. The IRR committee intends to change this tone from the approving body shall in all cases consult with DOF to change this to just may. No, so it will not be a new requirement. It's just an opening for agencies who might want to seek the advice of the DOF on their government undertakings and availability payments. Any comments, questions so far?
Yes, ma'am.
Kay from Manila Water. On that part also, we were wondering if you may consider adding a timeline for the DOF's revert.
Yep.
Thank you.
Thanks for that. More comments, questions?
Right, so any other comments or questions? Okay, there's one from online. This is from Mr. Eduardo C. Santos. For corporate agencies entering into contracts with private proponents, will the contract need to be reviewed by the OGCC, being the Government Corporate Council?
Short answer is yes, and we have a section where we will be discussing this later. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. So any other inputs from our on-site participants? All right, so I am seeing none, so maybe we can proceed.
Section 24.4, the operationalization will be in the next section, section 25. What we just want to highlight in 24.4 is item C, where we have clarified that government undertakings in the form of right-of-way are not government undertakings being pertained to in this section. Any yeah.
I'm sorry, just on letter B. B, the proposed national projects negatively affects the economic benefit, etc. So this criteria is like, this is not before the fact, no? The rest of the criteria, you can distinguish it before you made the decision whether the project should go ICC or 15 billion other than ICC. But here you need to do, you can determine B after undertaking a deeper evaluation, which probably would happen, or you can conclude that B is there or not there after endorsing it or particular approving body already. So baka lang ano, the intent is well and good, it's valid, we recognize that. The criteria might need further clarifying.
Yeah, that's why we have, I think that's a good prelude to section 25, which talks about how we intend to operationalize this, which will not require, as you said, having a detailed review. So it's more qualitative. That is actually 25.2. Sorry, 25.1. Yeah, yung sa overlap. So essentially, we just refer to the consolidated investment programs and the list of PPP projects. And if lines 4 to 6 of page 32, there. So if you hit this criteria, so it's more qualitative, then it's presumed to have ticked off that particular criteria. So we don't need to quantify At least that's what's being proposed, given the reality of what you just explained. Any comment? We're now on section 25, determination if the national PPP project below 15 billion requires ICC approval.
Yes, sir.
Hi, Sunny Sevilla from ADB again. This may have been an oversight. There's there's one criterion for going to ICC approval when there's physical overlap, when a project is adjacent, and it makes reference to physical overlap with projects that are on the list that were submitted. No, it's entirely possible that there'll be physical overlap with a project that's not on that list because it's a project that's already up and running. No, and maybe I don't know whether that was deliberately excluded, but it would seem that the same principle should apply.
Yeah, quick feedback on that. The intent is the list of PPP projects and the consolidated investment programs will include not just projects in the conceptual or pre-implementation stage. The idea is even those that are already under implementation and are being monitored because they're live.
Live meaning like fully built na. I'm just thinking
Yes,
of the specific
under operational.
example, no?
Yes,
where
and-
that may not have been on lists before because it was presumed to be an up and running project now. But I mean, I'll leave you to.
Yeah, I think just to marry it with the section earlier where the project information that needs to be disclosed would include the status of the project. The intent is
And it could be completed.
operational, yes.
Okay.
Right, thank you so much. So any other inputs from our on-site participants? All right, yes, sir.
Yeah, 𝐏𝐵𝐾𝐄 from NLEX Corporation. Thank you, by the way, for listing the projects that would be submitted and already under evaluation. That would be part of the list already. That was my suggestion last time. Thank you for including it. However, I'm looking at section 22 again as it relates to the timelines and as it relates to deem approved if you lapse on your timelines. Section 22, in reality, usually, by experience, it takes not just 6 months or years, sometimes 1 or 2 years, especially of many agencies that you have to come up with a MOA just to satisfy that overlapping issues. Or even some private sector proponents already doing that project, and you still have to get them to the table, agree for the project to be approved. The thing is, if you're still in the approval stage, you do not have much leverage for your project. Because those already existing projects, they will just say, it will just affect us a lot, and you'll better yet not approve it. And my question is, if the timelines have already lapsed and there's a provision that it's deemed approved, will the project still push through? That's one. Or secondly, if it's being evaluated already by the ICC, but the parties to the MOA requires more time to evaluate or agree, sign the MOA into the table, would that timeline be extended? Because in reality, big ticket projects will take a lot of time for MOAs to be signed. Even actual projects that have been already ongoing, agreement still has to be signed while it's already there. So that's just for consideration. Yes, thank you.
Thank you. So, a few things. One, the assumption is, at least from a policy point of view, the assumption is that that instrument or that plan, the interface plan, would have already been agreed on prior to submission to the appropriate approving body. Although we recognize that reality that it would take time, no. At least in the as far as the drafting team is concerned, and I used to be a project monitoring officer, so I clearly know what those implementation concerns are. But I think from a policy point of view, the idea is instead of getting the delay during implementation when penalties are already kicking in and contingent liabilities are piling up, let there be some sort of a behavioral change that is to discuss it as early as the evaluation and approval stage. And so we do not have, to be honest, we do not have an answer as to how can that be made possible, no? But from a policy point of view, the idea is there is that document by which when you reach the approval stage, you would more or less have a plan on how you would interface with the other projects that's already present. But we're taking note of the feedback in terms of if your project is not yet approved, you don't have much leverage. So we don't have an answer to that. We'll discuss that and raise that to the IRR committee. On the second part, whether timelines will stop, again, given the premise that the instrument, the interface plan, should be done by the time you submit to the approving body, the answer is no, it won't. The law requires us to have a decision on the 120th day, which means if the appropriate approving body feels that there is not, the interface issue is a major concern that is not yet settled, the idea is on the 120th day, they will not approve the project. They'll reject it.
Yeah, thank you for answering that question. The collateral to that is that even if it's disapproved, there's a provision naman later on that if you can resubmit once you have the agreements in place in the future. Okay,
yes.
Thank you.
Right, thank you so much. So any other inputs regarding this section? So anyone? All right, I'm seeing none, so maybe we can proceed.
Let's go to title 5. I'm sorry, section 25. Determination if the national PPP project below 15 billion requires ICC approval. Sorry, we were just discussing about something. Yeah, okay. Section 25.1, physical overlap with or negative effects on another project. You would notice that line 16 and to 29, there is an attempt to address the query we've received in the first round. That is to clarify the treatment for those projects which may naturally have similar overlaps in terms of services, no? And the example given was for health facilities. So this is the TWG's attempt to address that. But in the course of consultation sessions, including that of the IRR committee in its last discussion, the sentiment is that if there is a window or a gray area or a carve out in the general rule, the tendency is everyone else will ask for a carve out. And so as a matter of policy, there is a consideration to delete line 16 to 29. So there are no special rules, and the criteria as defined in the draft will apply to all. The thinking is that it should not matter because the timelines are fixed anyway. And so there is a there is certainty in terms of project timelines and the decision makers and the impact of a positive or a negative decision over a project. So that is the latest as far as this section is concerned, and we'd like to hear your thoughts on this. This is section 25.1.
Right, so any inputs or clarifications with regard section 25.1?
Yeah, and maybe let me just cover up to 25.2, so we'll have a more holistic view, no? On 25.2, so that's one, on 25.1. On 25.2, those that require government undertaking or availability payments to be funded by GAA, there is a policy set in line section 8 to 10, where implementing agency, if the implementing agency is subsidized by the national government or other funds created by law, its proposed national PPP project shall be subject to approval of the ICC. The idea basically is it's if the ICC doesn't cover it, it's like a circumvention, no? So it's a subsidized GOCC taking the getting the money or the budget from the national budget and then using it in the guise of it being part of its corporate fund. So the idea is for these types of GOCCs, they be treated as if the subsidy given to that corporate entity is coming from the national government. There are two schools of thought. The school of thoughts here. One is yes, it's right pocket to the left pocket. The other is the law just looks at it from a project and budget perspective. That is, the only requirement is if the money is straight from the GAA, then that's the only time it goes up to the ICC. The law did not, for instance, it did not intend to look at the GOCC from, as a separate criteria in determining the appropriate approving body. So again, two valid concerns. We'd like to hear your thoughts on these. And then just one last, because there are core concerns where, what happens to a project if it's the implementing agency determining whether I fall on any of these criteria. What happens if in the middle of the process we are called to go back to the ICC because apparently the project takes off one of the 5 criteria. The IRR committee it's not yet here, but is intending to add a provision that states that the PPP center, the implementing agency may consult with the PPP center on whether their project or their proposed project hits any of the 5 criteria, and that the PPP center may issue a non-policy matter opinion. So that's sort of the approach. Now, instead of, again, carving out specific instances, let there be a general rule, and then when there is a gray area, then a non-policy matter opinion may be issued. So thoughts, comments, inputs, please.
Hi, Francis Asilo from MPIC. So, well, first on the form of 25.2, since you mentioned that to make it more reader-friendly, right? So the way we should understand this is actually what is covered by, or what will require ICC approval are 2 projects, at least under this section. Those which undertakings will be sourced from GAA, and those implementing agencies subsidized by the national government, right? Because the way it's worded now, the exception to the exception then becomes the general rule, right? So those are the two subjects of the Then from a policy perspective, right? If what you're saying is that the coverage of the last proviso is particularly to address that concern, to subsidize GOCCs, but implementing agency can also include line agencies. And by natural, line agencies are all subsidized, right? So if you have a project undertaken by, let's say, the OTR, DPWH, who are all subsidized anyway by the GAA, the 15 billion becomes nothing. The 15 billion threshold becomes nothing. And then all projects will now require ICC approval, which actually defeats the purpose of the increasing the threshold, because before the PPP law, every project required ICC approval. So I caution the use of this last proviso, because it actually defeats the purpose of streamlining projects, because right now all projects undertaken by line agencies, because naturally they are subsidized, will require ICC approval.
Yeah, thank you for that feedback. We have not seen this in that light, no. But thank you for raising that. Clearly, that is not the intent. We did not intend to sort of put another layer that will bring us back to the status quo. That's clearly not the intent. This was for the corporate entities in particular. So thank you for that. A lot of words meeting. We also welcome proposed languages, by the way, up to March 8th. Anyway, this is a collaboration, right? Yeah. So we'll wait for the proposed language. No, we'll discuss. But of course, if you have proposed language, that would be better. Yeah, we were just discussing here. It was never the part of the discussion to sort of cover all of those line agencies. But yeah, it could be read as such. More comments, inputs, please.
Right, so any other inputs from our on-site participants? All right, so there's none from online participants as well.
Okay. I'll now go to Section 26, non-delegation of approving authority by the approving body. No change in the published draft unless there are inputs, comments, suggestions.
So I may have missed it earlier. Nandiyan pa ba yung national PPP projects that encompass or extend beyond jurisdictional boundaries, or yung multiple agency projects? Could we go to that wording?
That's section. That's in Title 3, section.
Tapos na?
Yeah, no, it's fine. I mean, we
okay.
can go back quickly. Title 3.
I was looking at an earlier draft lang, and I just wanted to clarify whether this was the intent, because I think the wording that in the earlier draft I was looking at contemplates a situation wherein the total cost is below 15 billion. So it's not, it's not required to be brought to ICC just on the basis of total project cost. But
yeah, sorry, Sunny, just so we're on the same page, are you looking at page 24, lines 1 to 3? Can we please flash on the screen? Page 24.
No, not that.
Page 23, last paragraph, lines 30 to 35.
Yes, this one.
Okay.
So in such cases, all the implementing agencies concerned shall secure. So theoretically, okay, let's say you have 3 national government agencies and the project cost is about 15 billion. Then that goes to ICC and you only need that one ICC approval, correct?
Yes, yes.
Now, if it's below 15 billion and you have 3 national government, and then you have 1 LGU and you have 1 national, then you have to go to ICC anyway, correct? If it's 1 national and 1 LGU.
If one national, one LGU, yes, you
Okay.
depend if it's below 15 billion.
Yes. No.
Uh,
Yes.
If it's below 15 billion, no need.
No.
So just the secretaries, unless you have a
Just the secretary for national and then
the sanggunian for
Sanggunian.
LGU.
Okay.
Yes.
Now, let's say you have 3 national, it's below 15 billion.
Mhm.
You need the 3.
Secretaries to clear.
Talaga.
Yeah, I think that's this is not yet final.
Ayaw niyong gawin ICC na lang. Baka pampadali. I mean,
Yeah.
it's just a suggestion to
Yeah, no, that's
to
very
consider.
valid. Yes,
Kasi
yes.
it'll be faster.
Yep. Yeah, I think I think that's also the same. I think in the same vein of the suggestion earlier, to sort of come up with a special rule on how this will be approved if it's one national and one local. Like, okay, we'll raise this to the TWG and the committee. Thank you.
So any other inputs from our on-site participants? Me? Anyone? All right, so I'm seeing none, so maybe we can proceed.
Okay, we'll now go to section 27, ICC review and updating of project cost thresholds. No change as published or in the published draft. Unless there are comments, I'll go to section 28, criteria for approval of national PPP projects. Note that this will also apply to local PPP projects. So this will be mirrored in section 39 of chapter 2. We'll still go through it later, but just letting you know that it will cover exactly the same text. Any comments, questions on section 28? If there's none, I'll go to section 29, completeness of national PPP projects submitted to the appropriate approving body. This one will also apply to local PPPs. It will be mirrored in section 40 of chapter 2. At this point, I'd like to highlight, so the IRR talks of 2 different completeness checks. The first one is the completeness check by the PPP Center, which shall only apply to unsolicited PPP projects. That will be issued by the PPP Center. The second completeness check is the completeness check when the project reaches the appropriate approving body's evaluation and approval level. So there's a different completeness check there. But the idea is to sort of mirror this, but with some nuances, like as an example given earlier, VFM, for instance, in the case of unsolicited proposals, is currently proposed to not be required at the PPP Center completeness check. The premise being it will have to be, or it should be, the implementing agency doing that analysis. But when the implementing agency submits the proposal to the approving body's checklist will include VFM as a requirement already. So again, 2 completeness checks. So we hope that's clear. So you would note that in the text, it's always completeness check for purposes of detailed evaluation by the IA and completeness check for purposes of evaluation and approval by the appropriate approving body. Okay, unless there are questions, comments, okay.
Going back to section 28, is there a definition of, in item M, section M, what's the most advantageous to the government as opposed to what's disadvantageous to the government? I know that there's jurisprudence discussing what's disadvantageous to government, but I don't really know if there's a definition of what's most advantageous.
Oh, there's no definition right now. So this is a determination, for instance, that will be made by the appropriate approving body. So
based on the factors in this section, fosters competition, fairness, transparency.
Yes.
Okay.
And note that this is not like a hard list, no?
Yep.
Note the SHAFO, the approving body shall be guided by the following criteria. So this is not like this serves as a guidance for the the approving body to consider when they evaluate a PPP project.
Okay.
Any other inputs? Yes, sir. Kindly state your name and your affiliation.
Yeah, Darren Fernandez from Macro Asia. Earlier on, there's a definition or the contents of a feasibility study. And now on section 29, we have complete feasibility study. And then some are repeated on the section 29. So would the complete FS refer to the minimum on top of those listed?
We'll take that question, sir, as an input. The intent is the complete feasibility study would refer to the list earlier. So and I understand the economic and financial models were repeated, no? So yes, we'll harmonize this. Yeah, we'll cross-check this.
All right, so any other inputs from our on-site participants? Okay, yes.
Sorry, I'd just like to clarify lines 24 to 25, page 36, sorry, of section 29, vis-a-vis lines 27 to 29. I don't understand whether there's a conflict in those two lines, because lines 24 says that the number of days within which the submission was reviewed shall be included in the counting of the period for approval. But in line 27, the approving body shall render its decision on the project shall only commence upon its receipt of complete requirements. I don't know if I'm understanding that correctly.
Yeah, so the idea is there is 7 days to determine completeness, and only after the declaration within that 7-day period will the 120 approval process kick in.
After the 7 days.
Yeah, but I think we get the comment in terms of the way it's framed, no? But the idea is there's a period for completeness check, and then only after it was determined complete will it be will the 120 calendar day kick in. But yeah.
But if it's returned because it's not complete.
Oh, that kicks in a new timeline.
Yes. So where does it where do lines 27 to 32 come in?
27, in all cases, the period within which the appropriate approving body shall render its decision only commence upon its receipt of complete requirements for purposes of evaluation and approval.
Okay. So if
So
there's
I
7
think the question is whether it's 120 plus 7 or the 7 is part of
included
the
in
120.
the 120, yes.
Yeah, so we'll clarify that in the language. But the idea is 120 for full evaluation. The 7 day, the idea is it should be 120 plus 7. Because 120 can only start if it is a complete submission.
Okay. Maybe fast forward because this is related question also. It's 7 days for solicited projects, correct? And I think it's 10 days for unsolicited projects. Is that deliberate?
Yeah, okay. Again, those are two different completeness checks. The
Okay.
10-day is the completeness check for purposes of detailed evaluation.
Mhm.
The completeness check being pertained to in this under this title, under this chapter, is for purposes of approval already of the appropriate approving body.
Okay.
So two different things.
Okay. So there's a 10 and then there's a 7. Is that right? If there's two checks that need to be completed for both either solicited or unsolicited. Is that right?
No. Again, completeness check only applies for unsolicited proposal. So if we're talking of unsolicited proposal,
Yeah.
it will be 10 calendar days completeness check by the PPP Center. If complete, it's endorsed to the IA. They do detailed evaluation for 90 days, negotiation for 150 days, and then if successful, OPS will be conferred and the project will be submitted to the appropriate approving body.
Okay.
The appropriate approving body will have 120 calendar days to evaluate a complete proposal. So there will be that 7 days to determine whether the proposal is complete, and then for complete for purposes of evaluation and approval. So this is the second completeness check that we're
Okay.
referring to, and in a totally different stage. So the earlier one
Yeah.
is just, a Kickstarter.
Yes.
This one is for purposes of approval,
Okay.
so that you could go to the to the comparative challenge process.
Okay.
This is for unsolicited.
Yes. Got it.
For solicited, there's only one completeness check.
Mhm.
It is during the approval. There is no PPP Center completeness check for solicited PPP projects.
Yes.
After the agency has developed the project, they submit it to the appropriate approving body. That's where the...
This is where the 7 days come in.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Right, thank you so much. Any other inputs on this section? All right, so I'm seeing none. Maybe we can proceed.
Section 30, minimum parameters, terms and conditions for national PPP projects. This will also apply to local PPPs. It will be mirrored in Section 41 of Chapter 2.
Yes, sir. You have.
No, sorry. Can we show letters D and E of section 30? Here, okay. Siguro just a clarification on degree of detail, no? Kasi rights and obligations of the implementing agency and the private proponent, corresponding penalties for failure to fulfill obligations under the PPP contract. This is usually a degree of detail that's specified in the draft concession agreement itself, which is not yet required to be submitted at this stage. Similarly, in letter E, the performance standards and targets, again, I mean, it's kind of a generic term, no? But how detailed, what's the expectation in terms of the degree of detail for penalties for failure to fulfill obligations and performance standards and targets? I'm keeping in mind recent transactions where these were pretty much worked out post approval by approving body, and the time for oversight over those clauses was when the concession agreement itself was being reviewed by the statutory councils and DOF.
Thanks for that question. So items D and E are actually the status quo phrasing in the current ICC guidelines. And the way it's being approached right now, I mean prior to the PPP code, is that the agencies may propose the level of detail to the satisfaction of the approving body. So we have cases where agencies would have a general set of rights and obligations, and then say in the proposed PPCs that the specific penalties could be set during the contract drafting phase, and the approving body in cases would approve it. Now, based on lessons learned, however, the intent is to clarify, define each of these items in the ICC guidelines, which will be issued. For instance, we've learned that in case of availability-based PPP projects, at the approval stage, you would more or less want a more detailed level of performance standards, so as not to be going back and forth when you reach the contract drafting stage, as opposed to say, not a revenue-based PPP where high level would probably suffice. So.
Siguro, alam niyo naman mas mahirap baguhin yung New and Old Testament kaysa yung PTC forms pag na-approve na ng approving body. So I guess I'm just mindful if the final wording could, I don't know, allow some degree of hindi naman flexibility, but I guess if you could be not too demanding in the degree of detail that needs to be in sections T and E, it'd be very helpful. Total, it will be approved pa naman later on. It's not like go na yan from the point of view of the approving body. Yun lang.
Thank you. We think probably it's the ICC guidelines that could sort of define the level of detail. If I'm not mistaken, is this in the law? So the wording. Okay. So yeah, if you feel there's some words that need to be added to get the policy, please let us know. Yeah.
All right, so any inputs? Yes, sir.
To clarify this section, this is minimum, no? So an implementing agency can add. Right? So
yes,
I'll ask a question, but this parang feel free to say that we can discuss this later because it's quite a controversial topic. And I think I've asked the same during the previous consultations in SEDA.
I think I know the word. Okay.
Just to confirm, there's nothing preventing the implementing agency from imposing a reasonable rate of return as part of the parameters, terms, and conditions.
Okay, so we'll have a language game here. Reasonable rate of return, they can't insist on that because it's a defined term in the law and in the IRR, and we're very clear that it will only apply for single complying solicited bids. Okay. What they can request is something similar, a rate of return at which point they can share or have a windfall with the proponent.
I think the reasonable rate of return by itself is not problematic, right? There are two things problematic with the reasonable rate of return as defined. One is the cap on the 15%, as well as the clawback of any excess of that 15%, right? So just to confirm in this, because we know that under the law, because when something applies to something, that doesn't mean that it doesn't apply to everything else, right? That's the context of my question, right? So for parameters, terms, and conditions, right? And you can say that we can discuss this later because the reasonable rate of return, right? So there's nothing preventing that government from the implementing agency from imposing, whether we call it a reasonable rate of return of 15%, and any excess of that will go to the national government. There's nothing preventing them from that. Because I will not, if your problem is that, what you're saying is that it's defined as reasonable rate of return, then the implementing agency will say, okay, let's not call it a reasonable rate of return, but a maximum rate of return. There's nothing preventing that.
Yes, short answer is yes. Nothing prevents them from proposing that as part of the PTCs. The question is, why would they do that?
Yes.
I mean, that's the thing. So the short answer to your question is nothing prevents them. Whether that is and provide, even if they do that, for instance, there's the market feedback. I mean, okay, whether the project will fly or not.
But if for example, if the policymakers now, right, agree that the reasonable rate of return, the intention with that definition, applies only to negotiated projects or solicited projects with single complying bid, then why can't we just include here that they are not allowed to put that because the intention is that is only for for solicited projects with single compliant bid.
Yeah, we'll raise that suggestion to the TWG and the committee. Thank you.
Right, so any other inputs? Okay, so anyone? All right, I'm seeing none, so maybe we can proceed.
Okay, we go to section 31. Guidelines, forms, templates for national PPP project review and approval. This will also apply to local PPPs. This will be mirrored in section 42 of chapter 2. But the only difference is that for local PPPs, it will be the PPP governing board who will be issuing the guidelines. No other change unless there are comments, inputs.
Right, so inputs. Okay, I'm seeing none, Jeff.
Okay, I'll now go to section 32, failure of the approving body to render a final decision on the national PPP project. This will also apply to local PPPs. Same language will be mirrored in section 43 of chapter 2. There's a general caveat on section numbers. We will have to do some renumbering. We saw a typographical error. And then a few things to highlight on the operationalization of deemed approval. Number one, before the question is, what will be the reckoning point for that deemed approval? No, is it automatic? Who will initiate it, etc., etc.? And so the proposal is, one, the reckoning point to proceed to procurement is within 7 calendar days from receipt of the PPP center notification. And number two, what will be deemed approved are the parameters, terms, and conditions as submitted. So this is also to instill some form of discipline on the part of the appropriate approving body to, not to make sure that we beat the timeline on the 120th day. And then finally, if the approving body is the head of the implementing agency, it will be required. In terms of the deemed approval process. So if the head of the implementing agency is the head of the IA, the PPP center will require the IA to submit a catch-up plan within 15 calendar days. No? And if there is no submission, no action on the part of the implementing agency, the PPP center will report the implementing agency to the ARTA, COA, and the Joint Congressional Oversight Committee. Any comments, inputs, questions?
I'm seeing none, Jeff.
Yeah. I'll go to section 33, finality of the decisions of the approving body. This will also apply for local PPPs. That will be in section 44 of chapter 2. Okay, I think, unless there are questions, comments, we have been discussing here, probably we could break for lunch and then convene at 1.
All right. Okay, so this is it for the AM session for this activity. So the lunch is served at multipurpose, at the other side of this, at the other wing of this building. So you will see outside some signages directing you to where you will have your lunch. So I think it's multipurpose halls 3 and 4. So please be back here at 1 p.m. so we can resume the activity early. Thank you. Sorry, just a correction. It's multi-function halls 2 and 3. Thank you. or supported by the Asian Development Bank. Okay, so for those of you online, kindly give us a reaction, a thumbs up or a heart reaction so that we would know that you're already with us back in the room. All right, so I'm seeing some reactions. All right, so welcome back as well. Okay, so we are still waiting for a few more participants here at the event hall. So we are also joined by some viewers from Facebook and YouTube Live. All right. So again, if you haven't yet registered your attendance for today, kindly do so. For those of you here, kindly do so at the registration booth. And for those of you online, please use the QR code that is flashed on your screens. All right, since mostly all the participants have all settled back in sa ating event hall, we can proceed with the session for this afternoon. So I return the floor back to 𝐷𝐸-𝐷-𝐠 to continue the discussion and consultation on the PPP IRR.
So good afternoon, everyone. We're now on chapter 2 of Title 4, Section 34, Confirmation by Local Development Council of Local PPP Projects implemented by LGUs prior to approval. There's just one correction, actually two. On lines 24 to 25, it says Section X or Section 10 of this IRR. It should read as Section 32 of this IRR. And then on the next page, page 41, the first paragraph of this page, yung prior to its confirmation all the way to regulations, similar to the national provision, this will be changed from shall to may. Again, the intent is not to add another layer or another requirement, but rather open an opportunity for the implementing agencies to seek the expert advice of DOF. And are there comments, questions on this?
Right, so any comments? I'm seeing none, so we can proceed.
We'll go to Section 35, National Government Endorsement of Local PPP Projects Affecting National or Sectoral Development Plans and National Projects. In line 11, on line 11, it says in Standing Infrastructure Committee. Per the last discussion of the IRR committee, they're considering to introduce a concept of an EXECOM, an executive committee. So rather than a standing infrastructure committee or the RDC as a whole, that there be a smaller unit to be created by the RDC to act on its behalf. And then on line 34, the placeholder there, section X, should be changed to section 32. So that's it for section 35, unless there are comments, questions, inputs.
So are there any inputs? I'm seeing none, so we can proceed.
I'll now go to section 36, approval of proposed government undertakings or availability payments using national government funds for local PPP projects. Line 16 is proposed to be changed. No? So right now, it's worded as RDC shall in all cases consult with the DOF. So similar to the previous tone, it will be changed from a shall to a may. So this is not a requirement, but rather an opportunity to seek expert advice. No other edits on section 36 unless there are inputs from the body.
All right, so anyone? All right, I'm seeing none.
I'll go to section 37, appropriate approving body for local PPP projects. So here, 120 calendar days will also apply. For the Sanggunian, no? The approval of the Sanggunian. No comments. I'll go to the next section, 38. Approval of a local PPP project covering 2 or more LGUs. No edits on the published draft.
So any inputs? Yes. All right, so I'm seeing none, Jeff.
Okay, we're now on section 39, criteria for approval of local PPP projects. As mentioned earlier, this is a mirror provision doon sa in the solicited, in the national provision. So unless there are comments here, I'll go to the next. Similarly, another mirror provision from the national PPP. This time, section 40, completeness of local PPP projects submitted to the approving body. So again, just to highlight, only ANSOLs will have, unsolicited proposals will require PPP center completeness check. Otherwise, the LGU can proceed to the approval stage for their solicited PPP projects. Section 41 is next, another mirror provision, minimum parameters, terms, and conditions for local PPP projects. Section 42, same, another mirror provision, guidelines, forms, and templates for local PPP project review and approval. The only difference is that it will be the PPP Governing Board who shall be issuing the guidelines and not the ICC. Section 43 was also covered in the national, for the national PPP projects. Failure of the approving body to render a final decision on the local PPP project. And lastly, Section 44 is another mirror provision. Finality of the decision of the approving body for the local PPP project.
Right, no more comments for this one.
Okay, no comments. We'll now go to Title 5, unsolicited proposals. These are in pages 49 to 59. Let's start with Chapter 1, unsolicited proposals for projects in the lists of PPP projects. Line 6, Section X there will now read as Section 14. And then, in the course of the consultations during the first round, a question was asked whether there is a limit on the provision that states projects in the government's list of PPP projects may be subject of an unsolicited proposal provided the development costs of the government will be reimbursed. So in this version, we have clarified that line 6 to line 7, no? There's a clause here that says, excluding those that have already been approved by the appropriate approving body. So the practical implication of this is that unsolicited proposals may be submitted for those projects in the consolidated investment plans and list of PPP projects only particularly for those that have not yet been approved. So if a project has already been approved by the appropriate approving body, then the submitted unsolicited proposal will no longer be entertained. So this is a sort of a cut-off, no, or a deadline. If the government has already approved a project, then no unsol can be accepted. All right, but if it's not yet approved, then the unsolicited proposal may be entertained subject to the reimbursement of the development cost. Okay. There's also a question on who will be reimbursing. So in this section, we have clarified that the reimbursement will be by the winning bidder, which means the timing of the reimbursement will be after the comparative challenge process and not at the beginning. And then number 2, there is a proposal to add a provision here that states if there is a failure of negotiation, or if in any case the unsolicited proposal does not proceed to award, no, reimbursement will be care of the proponent who submitted the unsolicited proposal. So, because this wasn't clear in the text that was published. Any comments, questions, inputs on this?
Right, so any inputs? Kindly raise your hand. All right, I'm seeing none, so maybe we can proceed.
Let's go to Chapter 2. Limitations on government undertakings for unsolicited proposals. On item H, government equity as defined in Section 173. So this will have to be updated. And no other change on this published version. Unless we have comments, inputs, please.
Right, so anyone? All right, no comments so far.
Let's go to, yeah, please go ahead.
Okay, so having noted that payment of right-of-way related costs is not generally allowed unless government receives appropriate compensation for the right-of-way acquisition, we'd just like to see clarification on whether portion of the government's share or the implementing agency's share in the revenue, such as, for example, toll collection, or regular payments to the implementing agency, such as concession fee, could be considered within the contemplation of appropriate compensation as cited.
Yes, the answer is yes. We did clarify specific items that could not be considered compensation.
Okay, so not necessarily direct payment.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Right, thank you so much. So any other inputs with regard this section? All right, I'm seeing no more, so maybe we can proceed.
I'll go to Chapter 3, Processing of an Unsolicited Proposal. We have several sections here. Section 45, Submission of an Unsolicited Proposal to the PPP Center for Determination of Completeness and Appropriate Approving Body. So a few things to highlight. Number 1, again, lines 20 to 22. This completeness check is for purposes of the detailed evaluation by the implementing agency. Number 2, the IRR committee noted that the PPP Center does not have any deadline, no? So there is a proposal to add a policy that if the PPP Center fails to render a decision within the 10-day completeness check period, the project shall be deemed rejected or incomplete, but the PPP Center shall be liable to the penal sanctions of the law. And then line 17 will be changed from section X and X of this IRR to title 5 of this IRR. Any comments, questions, inputs on section 45?
Right, so any inputs, comments? So anyone? Yes, sir.
Yeah, regarding the 10 calendar days, sorry, did I hear it correctly, 𝐷𝐸D-Jeff, that it is being contemplated that if PPP Center is not able to fully or conclude the completeness check within the 10 calendar days, that the unsolicited proposal is deemed rejected?
Yeah, deemed rejected subject to the penal sanctions of the law.
Yeah.
And with the right to refile.
Yeah. So my comment there is, number one, it might not be, well, for one, it might not be fair for PPP Center is one. It might be a manpower issue or concern such that, and there will be different unsolicited proposals that will be submitted, and that could, for all we know, it could range for somewhere more than 5 at the same time, and whether or not PPP Center is able to absorb all of those and complete it within the 10 calendar days. That's one. The other thing is, kawawa naman din si unsolicited proponent, di ba? I mean, if, for example, they prepared it properly and then they submitted it, and just because PPP Center is not able to complete it, right, conclude the completeness check within 10 calendar days, then it is deemed rejected, so they have to refile again. So there might be a better solution to that, like maybe lengthen the period for doing the completeness check, what could be doable for PPP Center to do it, or there could be, I don't know, provisions for an extension to that extent. Wag naman yung rejection, and then may penal sanctions pa si PPP Center. Thank you.
Thank you, and we appreciate the concern. No, but just to give you an idea, since the law was or has become effective, we've received a total of about 17 unsolicited proposals for completeness check, and we haven't failed to meet the 10-day calendar period, and we have not yet added human resource, number one, and number two, we're still looking at IT solutions as mentioned in the past. But I think that's a very fair comment, and we'll definitely raise that. That's actually an ongoing discussion. That was a suggestion in terms of we fully understanding there might be a better way of having a consequence if we are unable to deliver the 10-day within the 10-day calendar day period. So yeah, yes.
Just to clarify, because the IRR will be published March 23, right? Then you have the effectivity period. But in the interim, just to clarify, PPP Center can accept USPs and
yeah,
can
the PPP
process.
Governing Board has issued the interim guidelines prior to the effectivity of the law, which provides for guidance as to how projects will be processed within the period between the effectivity of the code and the effectivity of the IRR.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Right, so any other inputs or clarifications? Right, so anyone? Okay, so there are no questions as well online, so maybe we can proceed.
I'll now go to section 46, assessing the completeness of an unsolicited proposal. There are proposals to add in the list 2 items. No? Number one, the proponent has to identify the proposed implementing agency. So they cannot just submit a proposal and let the PPP Center find an implementing agency for it. Number two, include a disclosure that, or at least a manifestation that the proposed project does not fall under the 5 criteria, and then that will be just subject of a validation process. And then no further edits, at least in the last set of consultations we've had on section 46, unless you guys have inputs, further comments on this.
Right, so, yes, sir.
On section 46, letter C and letter F, we would, because in the previous version, I mean the previous IRR, we're actually requiring not PTC but draft contract in letter C, and in F, instead of qualification information of on the qualifications, actually a draft ITB or ITPB, depending on the procurement strategy. So we are just confirming that we are actually lightening up the requirements for completeness check for an unsolved project.
Yeah, okay. On the second part, yes, there is that policy statement that the standard is lighter, relatively lighter at this stage, because we are aware that upon acceptance, the project has to undergo first a detailed evaluation and then a negotiation prior to having it submitted for approval. However, on the CA, on the PPP contract, there are actually proposals to include it as part of the requirements. And this language would actually allow for it because it only says the following documents among others. So we actually want to hear your thoughts on this. Some would say it's important for the proponent to already submit the PPP contract because that's where they would state their intent already, no, in terms of the the details of the proposed project. While others, of course, are it's not needed because you have to negotiate on it anyway. So we'd like to hear your thoughts on this. Thank you.
The sentiment is really more conditional, no? Because later on, there are comments on the certain procedures. Now, based on the response to those procedures, the recommendation could either be stick to this or go back to the original formulation.
Yes, we have another comment. Do you have any other item?
Kung pwede lang, go back to the previous slide. Pero siguro, later na lang. Baka naman, ano.
Okay, yeah, let's open this item first before your next suggestion. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, thank you.
Just to give feedback on that you said, just don't include it, the draft contract, because in reality, one, I doubt if someone reads it actually. Two, the final contract will be, even the first working draft of the contract will be totally different from what the private proponent would send. It's just really becomes a matter of for compliance, right? And it actually will bring down the cost of coming up with an unsolicited proposal without that. Because in any way, for example, your PTCs are not yet final, right? And for you to have a meaningful PPP contract as the first working draft, you have to have your minimum PTCs as approved. So,
thanks for that feedback. Quick answer though, yes, we read it. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, speaking of costs also, referring to item G, the project site plan, if it's going to be part of the unsolicited proposals, because as for a private proponent, that would also entail costs on the part of the private proponent, plus it might also be subject to IP issues. If, for example, the plan is with regard to a top secret government facility, which will require, a site plan that may be or will be publicized and subject to a competitive challenge. So maybe like a suggestion would be to not require it if and there would be criteria on when it's not required, especially if it's for a high level security facility or something like that.
Thanks for that feedback. On the first part, the TWG thinks this is quite important because this will also determine whether the project will hit any of the 5 other criteria, meaning the determination of the appropriate approving body. But the IP concern is valid. The top secret concern is valid, and we think that could be addressed by the provision which we will talk about later on the confidential business information. So there's a proposed mechanism on how those information could be addressed. Thank you.
Right, so any other inputs regarding this section? Right, so anyone, kindly raise your hand. Yes, sir.
Just a quick one on E. I'm not sure if it was already considered. I think we raised this before. On the valuation report, if the TWG would also consider COA AAR's annual audit report, and I think at least for solicited PPPs, for some, that was being considered in the interest of time. And actually, if you think about it, it's quite robust anyway, the AAR. So could that perhaps be considered also, at least to satisfy E, apart from getting it from third-party appraisers? Thank you, especially if it's recent.
Yeah, thanks for that input. We'll raise it to the TWG.
Yeah, related to item E, if the type of disposition is other than usufruct, will that not be covered?
Come again, sorry.
If the kind of disposition of the property is other than a usufruct, will that not be covered, and therefore the private proponent will not need to submit a valuation report?
Apart from usufruct, like any asset of the government, or that will serve as a contribution, or will be used for the project, according to the law, requires a valuation report.
Okay, so so it's not just for usufruct, for cases of usufruct.
Yes.
Then, for example, if the current asset of the government is, let's say, a piece of land that will need to be disposed by some other way other than a usufruct, in order for the PPP to be implemented, the land will still need to be subject to valuation.
Yeah, I think we need to align. If part of the if the proposed project includes disposition of a government asset,
yes,
that might not that doesn't appear to be a PPP because that's governed by a separate set of rules.
Yeah, I understand that. I'm thinking of a project where a part of the project for the PPP to be fully implemented would contain partially a disposition of property, because the government will be required to have an undertaking but does not have enough liquidity and will need to dispose of assets.
I think, well, first I think that's quite specific, a very specific case, no. But two things. One, clearly the disposition, the disposition part of the other of the government asset, regardless of it being big or small, shall be governed by another
Not-
another law. Assuming it is part of assuming it's part of the project as structured, we can't seem to imagine that specific structure, but it will have to be secured by the, it should be part of the PTC that will have to be evaluated and approved by the appropriate approving body. And if it becomes part of that PTC, then still that property has to be valued.
Yeah. Okay. Got it. Thank you.
Right, thank you so much. Any other questions? Clarifications? Right, so anyone?
A caveat though, all of the answers we give on illustrative examples such as that one will, is for illustrative purposes and not a judgment on a specific project. Thank you.
Right, yes, sir?
Just circling back on the previous point. If we can just go back to page. Sorry, I was out when we went through the previous page. Chapter 2. There's an this list is actually an enumeration of what not to have for an unsolicited proposal. If I can just go to the bottom requirement, J, contribution of assets, properties, and/or rights. Maybe we should clarify this further, noting that this is not a defined term, and therefore it can be interpreted in many other ways. No? In some projects, it's quite clear and become instinctive. But if we apply on a more policy level, I think we should clarify it further. For example, we have just to demonstrate the idea that we're trying to build. Allow me to mention in our previous PPP project, for example, we have had the PSA CRS ITP before. The first one was an unsolicited proposal. After it expires, we convert them into a solicited. But initially, the idea came from a solicited idea, unsolicited idea. Other projects similar is LTO IT, you have the visa services of the OF, etc., to name a few. This project, both unsolicited proposals, requires some portions of government contributions and even participation of government employees for the project to realize. No? And we see that they are all good projects in the first place. So if we see that under letter J, I don't know, they might not be the intent. Those kind of projects might not be the intent to be the one that should be disqualified. No? But we could be disqualifying similar project if J is not clarified.
Yeah, wouldn't lines 24 to 29 clarify that?
Mm-hmm.
So it may actually be allowed subject to a compensation.
Yeah, but for example, how's that? Yeah, we get the idea, no? But then,
sorry, let me rephrase my question.
Yeah.
Is the suggestion to do away with the compensation clause?
No.
Okay.
Actually, to clarify what is allowed and what is not permitted.
I think from the TWG perspective, we wanted it more encompassing in a way, because that will have to be defined in the parameters, terms, and conditions of the project anyway. I think or at least in the course of our discussions, listing very specific items may be too limiting, and we might, the risk of not capturing all those that we may not be able to see today. But of course, we'll be open to what do you call this? If you have a proposed language would be very happy. But just to align, no, the proposal to further define it is for what purpose? Just to guide or so that we can limit the list?
For uniform application of the provision, actually.
So just guidance. I mean, because that will also guide the discussion of the TWG. I mean, it's a perfectly valid suggestion if the intent is let's have very specific asset properties or rights that will not be allowed for unsolicited proposals. And we can raise that to the IRR committee. I guess I just wanted to make sure we're capturing the inputs correctly. So is it a general suggestion to guide everyone from a definitions point of view? Or is it a suggestion to limit what will not be allowed for unsolicited proposals?
Well,
or both?
Yeah. The suggestion is actually to either clarify further, or if it cannot be clarified further, might as well delete letter J in the list.
Okay. Deletion, we can because it's in the law. Okay. So, but okay, got that. Clarify further.
Basically, the direction is to narrow the allowed. I mean, widen narrow the portion that should be
prohibited,
disallowed. Yeah.
Okay.
Right, thank you so much. So any other inputs regarding this section? So anyone? All right, so there are no comments online, so I think we can proceed.
Okay, let's go to chapter 3, processing of, I think we're already on section 47, processing of an unsolicited proposal, line 6. There is pursuant to section 46, it should be pursuant to section 48. And then no other edits so far unless you have comments, inputs.
Yes, sir.
Hi, Paul from Avoidance Infra Capital. Just a question on the process, because I understand there's a 5-day requirement for the implementing agency to give feedback. But is there a concept of inaction also? Because you have the concept of deemed approved, leading to negotiation, but there is no concept of deemed approved when addressing the USP for items A, B, and C. So is that something you would consider that it would already be deemed approved as far as the IE is concerned if there is inaction?
Yeah, we'll raise that to the TWG. I think that's a fair item to discuss. So we'll ask the TWG and the committee. Thank you.
Right, any other inputs? All right, yes, sir.
Yeah, thank you. So we noticed that, so this one also appears in the law from what I can recall, except for C. So A and B appear, both phrases appear in the law except for C. So we just wanted to clarify what the consequences of this would be. So it says that in this case, upon receipt, the implementing agency has 3 options. So letter A seems to be like a general rule. It can continue processing the unsolicited proposal. B says that it can reject it if a similar project, if a project with a similar scope and or objective is already being developed, or if it is not aligned with the development plans of the implementing agency. And then C says that it can still continue processing the unsolicited proposal even if a solicited project with a similar scope and or objective is already being developed. So I guess my question is, are we talking about different types of projects in B and C? Meaning, is C just referring to PPP projects and B is referring to projects in general? Because I'm contemplating of a scenario where a project is being developed under GPRA, right? Not PPP. And a project with a similar scope and or objective is being developed through GPRA, and then an unsolicited proposal is submitted. We think that this provision should not apply. Our reading of it is BNC seems to make reference to a PPP project because, well, for one, and this also aligns with, again, the concept of conducting a value for money. Think of it, so going back to the scenario, you have a GPRA project that is being developed with a similar scope and or objective with an unsolicited proposal that was submitted. Number one, and we are looking at this as the initial evaluation, right, of the implementing agency. Immediately after PPP Center concludes its 10-day completion completeness test or completeness check. Our view is, and we wanted to confirm, is that BNC seems to only apply to a PPP project because number one, if the similar project, if the project being developed with a similar objective and or scope is done through GPRA, then it doesn't seem as comparable, especially since there is that matter on value for money that we need to resolve. And that particular point you cannot resolve here because this seems to be referring to the first test. There's going to be a detailed evaluation right after, right? I think that's on the following section. So we just wanted to check and confirm that by the addition of C, that what is being referred to here really is a PPP project that is being developed with a similar scope and or similar objective, both for BNC. Thank you.
Yeah, so item C, just first point, I think we should align that item C is also in the law. It's just that it is not written together with items A and B. The reimbursement component when you accept an unsolicited or when you subject a PPP project that is in the priority list or list of PPP projects is in the law. Now, on the part where the example given, there's a GPRA. I think the only implication is that the particular IA who is undergoing that GPRA project cannot reject using item B. So I hope the suggestion is not to delete item B, right? Okay, all right. Yeah, so just aligning. Okay, yep.
Yeah, actually, we just wanted to clarify it. We actually have the same reading that you cannot reject it based on B. Thank you.
Yeah, unless of course the implementing agency declares that even that GPRA project is something that I don't want to do already because I have changed my mind or whatever. Okay, and then I should note also item C though will have to be read together with the policy that I was describing earlier according to the IRR committee where there's a cutoff. Reimbursement for projects can only be done if the subject project is not yet approved. So this will not apply if a particular project has been approved by the appropriate body already.
Yeah, similar concept. When you say approve, is it approve as PPP or approve as other?
By the appropriate approving body.
Yeah.
So even in GPRA, there is an approval process, right?
So it includes GPRA and PPP.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Is there a cutoff for development costs that are subject to reimbursement? So is it from the time that the proposal is submitted, and then after that, any development costs are not reimbursable to the private proponent?
Yeah, so according to the law, it's a cap of 6% in the past 3 years. And the information is supposed to be published as part of the project information in the list of PPP projects and consolidated investment plans, investment programs.
If the unsolicited proposal is for a project that is not included in the list of PPP projects, and therefore there is no published information, but unknowingly the proposal is in relation to a project that is already in the development stage by the implementing agency, will that be reimbursable?
We have not looked into that scenario. The assumption we had was that everyone will have to disclose the projects that they are working on. So, but we're taking note of that and probably provide some form of I don't know, a language or a clarification in the IRR. Thank you.
Yeah, and also maybe just a question. Have all the from in the IRR it says from the effective 30 days from the effectivity of the IRR, but I think in the law it says 30 days from the effectivity of the law. The agencies are required to submit the lists. Have all agencies submitted their lists of PPP projects?
No, not yet, because I understand part of the provision in the implementing rules and regulation is for the agencies to be guided on how the submission, the format, the template has to be done, and it's intended to be captured here in the IRR.
Yeah. Okay, understand. So, okay, maybe later. Thank you.
Thank you.
Right, thank you so much. I think Mr. Rapuzen was raising his hand earlier.
Just quick clarification on the reimbursement. You said a while ago that if there's a solicited project in the list and then the unsolicited would like to do that project, you will reimburse the government from it for its project development costs. But how about if it's the other way around? I'm contemplating on letter C, that if there's solicited and then you make it unsolicited, but the decision of the government later on is to go back to the solicited, but you have already paid the government, reimburse them of the cost. Will the government pay you back?
No, you won't have that scenario because the reimbursement will happen after the comparative challenge process.
After.
Yes, it will be the winning bidder who will have to reimburse the development cost.
Okay.
Yeah. Thank you.
Right, so any other inputs or comments? Clarifications? Right, so anyone? Yes, sir?
Sorry, just on that point also, just in case we submitted the USP and the decision is to go to C, does the government have the option to use the unsol as basis for the solicited and therefore there is now a need to reimburse? Or is the intention to completely give back the USP without using any of the information in that USP?
You mean for the government this time to be the one reimbursing the unsolicited proponent? Yes. The IRR is silent. I think that's something that needs to be discussed by the TWG and the committee.
Okay.
Thank you. And I think that's a fair question if the government does that.
All right, so yes.
Sorry, I think my previous question was not resolved. As to the cutoff on the time from when the development costs are reimbursable. So when the USP is submitted, may the government still continue their studies, their consultancies on the similar project that will be that may be reimbursed from the private proponent, or is there a cutoff as to the timeline?
Yeah, the IRR is silent. I think that's a good input. We have to have a policy on that or disclose that cutoff. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so anyone? Any more inputs before we proceed? All right, so I'm seeing none. Maybe we can proceed.
Okay, let me go to section 48, detailed evaluation of an unsolicited proposal. Again, this is different from the evaluation of the approving body for approval of projects. So detailed evaluation of the IA is 90 calendar days. Evaluation and approval of the appropriate approving body is either 120 calendar days or 90 calendar days, depending on the level of approval process. I think apart from that, there are no more edits on this. It's actually not an edit, but a clarification. So no change in the published version on section 48 unless you have inputs or clarifications.
All right, so any more inputs? All right, I'm seeing none, so we can proceed.
Section 49, treatment of more than one unsolicited proposal for the same or similar project. No edits on the published version unless we have inputs.
Right, sir, before...
Well, I think the 10 days there, the counting of 10 days, it seems that it's not in accordance with the law because it's 10 days from receipt by the PPP center, while the law says 10 days from receipt of the implementing agency after endorsement from PPP center. So it seems to me that the period should be, if an unsolicited proposal is submitted to PPP center, 10 days from that receipt, PPP center will do the completeness test, completeness checking. If it's complete, then it will endorse it to the implementing agency. Now, once the implementing agency receives the complete endorsement from PPP center, then that's the time when the 10-day period will count.
Yeah, I think we can discuss this in the TWG and have it vetted by our lawyers, but our reading is, and I sort of remember the very specific discussions on this in the legislative branch. The idea really is just within the 10 calendar day from the submission of an unsolicited proposal. So upon entry, because otherwise it will be about 20 days plus. So really the intent is just within the 10 calendar day period will similar unsolicited proposals be accepted. And this is precisely because you don't want, you just want to cater to those that have really prepared at the same time. The fear both of the legislators and some of the private sector stakeholders at the time of deliberation is that, you know, an unsolicited proposal could be submitted and for whatever reason, you know, some other private proponent may use that as reference to come up with a similar proposal. So to prevent that, it was really intended to be within a 10-day period. So that's our recollection of the language of that provision.
The law is clear there. The law is clear. Well, I understand the intention, but if it's retender, then we need to follow. Kasi that's the enrolled bill theory. If the intention was not well properly written in the law, then we need to amend the law. And besides, if you look at it this way, you're looking at a different angle. If you look at this way, if I am the first person or first entity to submit, then there are other potential unsolicited proposals. And I think if I remember it correctly, Senator JV was saying that this was a provision wherein we need the government to accept several proposals so that the government can really determine which is more advantageous or the most advantageous proposal. And that will be the subject of review and subject of the challenge, rather than the government being limited to the first submission.
Yeah.
So I think it would be better to at least lengthen, but your issue about, I think that's more on the integrity of the process already. If it was submitted to PPP Center, then would PPP Center share that to others? Perhaps you just need to put in some safeguards there. And maybe if later on, if you want, for example, I'm just thinking, that should be okay. Once PPP Center accepts a USP, it can actually publish or announce that there is this USP. If you want to submit, then we will accept as well within a period, maybe 20 days if we follow this one. And subject that to evaluation. And then let the implementing agency decide which one would be the best proposal.
Yep. No, we're taking note of that. I also confirm that Senator JV said that, and it is within that 10 calendar day period. I am sure about that because I was
But
there
the law
with him.
says 10 days from the receipt of the implementing agency of the endorse. If you look at it.
Yeah, we're taking note of that, and we'll definitely raise it to the what do you call this? The TWG and the IRR committee. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. I think Sir Johan was raising his hand.
Yeah, hello, thank you. On the second paragraph, in such cases, the implementing agency shall conduct a detailed evaluation of all endorsed completed unsolicited proposals and shall determine the most advantageous proposal for the government. Of course, in the succeeding line, you have there considerations for how to determine the most advantageous. But in the actual practice, how do really, what's the intention or what's the discussion as far as determining the most advantageous proposal is concerned? Because if you read it, the process within this section is like an informal tender already, wherein the outcome is the single party who will proceed with the selection. So the ano lang is we just would like to highlight the possibility of this could become a place or venue for rent-seeking behavior of some IAs. No, they might call proposal B whom they favored and say, hey, ganito yung proposal ni A, you better, things like that.
I think that's exactly an example of why the on why the timeline is quite clear that is only 10 days, because you don't want those scenarios. Having said that, the section 49 and particularly the assessment for lines 24 to 33 is left with the implementing agency. From as early as the deliberations in Congress, the implementing agency is assumed to be the one who is best able to determine which is the most advantageous for its sector. And that will be validated later on during the approval process by the approving body.
Yun nga, very vulnerable yung private sector to pre-selection or pre-clearing by an IA.
Yeah, any suggestion on how we can cure it in the law or in the IRR? I mean, because everyone, I think that's a very valid statement. But how do we try? I mean, how can we cure that in the IRR? Of course, we will be very open to suggestions on this, because I think that's at least when we were discussing this, internally at the TWG, that's something that could not be covered by the IRR, because that's the IA acting on their capacity and based on whatever policies they have. But if there are suggestions, specific suggestions on how the IRR could minimize that risk, we're very much open to suggestions. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. So, yes, sir?
Yeah, the evaluation takes 90 days, right? So assuming the first one submitted on the first day and then another submission was made on the 10th day, so the total 90 days will be reckoned for all of them on the latest submission?
Yes, that's why in the last paragraph, I think there's somewhere here, ayan, the detailed evaluation of all similar proposals shall be conducted until the 90th day of the last complete proposal endorsed by the PPP Center. So yes, sir, the answer to your question is yes.
Thank you.
As to your call for suggestions, I think I raised this also earlier, that there is jurisprudence discussing what's disadvantageous to the government. But I do understand that's from a legal perspective where there was an actual case or controversy. It's not from a policy-making perspective that should apply to all kinds of hypothetical cases. And I think there's an intention to try to define what's most advantageous, but then there's also that open-ended intention to make it a little bit more subjective. So basically, there's no suggestion, but maybe if because I forget what the definition is of what's disadvantageous to government, but maybe if we look at that, we can also see how we can define most advantageous from a legal perspective. That's one point, and then another point. Is there a remedy for example, if the private proponent submits a USP that contains, one of them would be a project site plan, which would be proprietary in nature, what would prevent the government from using that information, rejecting the USP, and then soliciting proposals based on proprietary information that was included in that rejected USP? And is there a remedy that is available to the private proponent to protect that kind of information?
Yeah, we have a definition on CBI, or confidential business information. And then, of course, violations on that, the penal provision would kick in. Yeah, I mean, right now that's how it's laid down. If there are specific provisions that you think need to be put in place, please let us know. But right now, that's how we are trying to address that kind of concern. We define what CBI is, restrict the disclosure of that. If you do, you face the penal provision.
Okay. I mean, this is also because this can be a gray area, because if the private proponent would like to submit an unsolicited proposal, I would presume that the private proponent would discuss first with the proposed implementing agency. So even without submission of, before the submission of a USP, there could be information that will be obtained by the proposed IA without the USP in place. So there's no documentation of what information has been given. So would the CBI cover that kind of information that's given prior to the submission of a USP?
We will be discussing, there's a process on how CBI declaration could be operationalized. Yeah, so maybe we could touch on that later.
Thank you.
Right? Yes, sir.
Hi, since we're on the topic of the most advantageous, right? Actually, my personal opinion there is actually it's supposed to be vague, because and I'm gonna touch on some fundamental issues, right? Because what we're doing here is subordinate legislation, right? And we cannot really touch on executive discretion because that's for our implementing agencies to do. And I do understand the behavior we're trying to address, rent-seeking behavior, right? But this IRR does not have any pretension that it is meant to cure all the defects of the process, right? Because the danger of, if we will box what do we mean by most advantageous, is that the executive department will now be so chained as to what that means, rather than giving to them the discretion what it is. Because after all, the projects are as diverse as we can think of. And this comes up with two things, right? The bid parameter and what the USP is. The bid parameter itself has so many variations. So I think the purpose is really to make it diverse because there's a deference to the executive agencies, executive department, that they know it better than we do in this room, because after all, this is within their, designated role in the government. So for me, just a suggestion, it's really meant to be vague, and it's okay that what we know is what is disadvantageous, right? But to legislate the decision or future decision and future discretion of executive branches is, I think, a rather not prudent move on the part of the IRR committee.
Thanks for that. He said it better. Yes, agree. No, but it's a commitment on the TWG's part to raise this discussions in the IRR committee. Thank you.
Right. So any other? Yes, sir.
Yeah, sorry, Jeff. Maybe just to quickly go back on the 10-day calendar assessment, and 10-day window for submission of similar unsolicited proposals. I guess maybe just to clarify, the concern that we want to be clarified on really is, under the law kasi, it says, within 10 calendar days from receipt of the first unsolicited proposal, the implementing agency may entertain similar proposals subject to subsection A. And subsection A makes reference to completeness. No? We just wanted to get clarification on what's the dynamic really between the part where PPP center or unsolicited proposals will be submitted to the PPP center to be subjected to the 10-day completeness test. And then we have this provision which says that similar unsolicited proposals may be entertained by the implementing agency within that same 10-day period. So I guess that's where we're coming from, and where the confusion, apparent confusion, is. What is the implementing agency supposed to do during that 10-day when they don't, or would they even have a copy of that unsolicited proposal if another provision says that it's supposed to be submitted to the PPP center first for completeness test?
Yeah, I think we can agree that the English is bad. And that I guarantee you we all agree on that. And I understand the comment is we basically have a different reading. So that's why my commitment is to let this be vetted by the TWG and with our lawyers, and then we're taking note of that reading as well. Thank you. But yeah, okay. Any more questions on this?
Any other inputs? All right, so there are no comments online, so maybe we can proceed.
Let's go to section 50, acceptance or rejection of an unsolicited proposal. Lines 35 to 36, the deemed approved to proceed to negotiation. In the law, okay, we might end up with another language game here because of a bad English. It says deemed approved, no? In the IRR, we're trying to clarify that this should mean deemed approved to proceed to negotiation. So it would be, okay, for lack of a better term, ridiculous to interpret it as deemed approved, no, without negotiation and without approval. I hope we all agree there. That's lines 35 to 36. Any questions here?
Yes. Kindly state your name and your affiliation. Thank you.
Hello. Hi, I'm Bettina from the Makati Business Club. Just a quick comment on this section. We just like to recommend if for a need to sort of provide compensation or reimbursement to the original proponent in the case that the unsolicited proposal is rejected and the implementing agency decides to bid it out as a solicited proposal. Is that something that the PPP Center is considering to add?
Sorry, ma'am, can you repeat that, please?
In the case that the unsolicited proposal is rejected and it's and the implementing agency decides for it to be a solicited project instead, can the original proponent for the prior unsolicited proposal be compensated for the cost that they have incurred for that?
Yeah, so assuming it got accepted and then somewhere along the way, the government wants to convert the unsol to solicited. Yes, I think similar question would be, similar question. So we'll raise that to the committee.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, so any more inputs regarding this part? All right, so I think this is a good time to take a quick health break. So we will have a 5-minute health break. Please be back here by 2:18. Thank you so much. are still outside, kindly return to your seats. Thank you. Afternoon. So no worries, we will have another break later on. So you can resume your snacks and your coffee and your health break later. Okay? All right, so I think most of the participants are back here in the event hall, and so are those that are logged in on Zoom. So maybe we can proceed with the next part.
We're now on section, still under unsolicited proposals, now on section 51, negotiation. Here, note that in the law, the maximum nego period is up to 150 calendar days. Based on the latest discussion of the IRR committee, the intent is to indicate in the IRR that the nego period should be at least 30 days to a maximum of 80 calendar days, and then there could be instances where it can be extended up to 150 calendar days. The idea is just to, if we can, let's not max out the 150 calendar days. Also, no changes on section 51.1, 51.2. So any comments, questions on the negotiation phase?
Right, so any inputs regarding this part? All right, so I'm seeing none, so maybe we can proceed.
We now go to section 52, original proponent status. Here, we'd like to highlight the last paragraph, which was a subject of a lot of questions in the first round of consultations. So here, there is a clarification that the original proponent status expiration or the deadline will not have an effect already once the invitations for comparative proposal has been published. So this will cure all of the questions in the first round where the 1-year period will fall in the middle of, say, the comparative challenge process or after the publication of the invitation for comparative challenge. Any questions on the original proponent status?
Right, so any inputs? I'm seeing none, so we can proceed.
If there's none, I'll go to section 53, government share in the upside of the PPP project. So again, this is different from the reasonable rate of return as discussed earlier. And then we'd like to highlight lines 11 and 12 of page 59. So we had a question wherein what if the implementing agency and the original proponent or the private proponent wouldn't negotiate or agree on the inclusion of a government share in the upside of an unsolicited proposal, and then suddenly the approving body requires it as part of the parameters, terms, and conditions that it will approve. What happens to the project? So to avoid those instances where there's going to be a back and forth, we added lines 11 and 12. Non-inclusion of any of the above items in the PTCs shall be justified by the implementing agency to the approving body. So this prompts the parties to already consider it during the negotiation phase, and if it's really not warranted, that by the time they reach the approval stage, the agency will be able to justify it to the appropriate approving body instead of having a back and forth. So at least that's the idea. That's also the last section under Title 5, Unsolicited Proposal. So we might have questions before we jump to the next topic.
Right, so any inputs? Yes, sir. Okay.
Hi, Paul from Avoidance Infra Capital again. Sorry, I just stepped in. I'm not sure if there have been questions about Section 53 already. Or am I repeating?
No, you're just on time.
Okay, so I think our comment really here is, as shared by some of our colleagues earlier, this is doing a similar RROR requirement when the law did not allow it. So our humble request is to potentially delete the entirety of Section 53. Because, as mentioned earlier, the law had limited RROR to a loan single complying bid. And having this provision now, although termed differently, achieves the same purpose. So our request is to delete the entire section.
Yep, thank you for that input. Although, just a quick feedback, it's not exactly the same because the RROR as defined goes to the Treasury. This one, the parties can negotiate how it would work. So I think that, and that's one of the major differences between the two. But noted on the proposal to delete, we'll raise this to the IRR committee.
Just to reiterate that, right? Because on the issue of fairness, Jeff, if you have a share on the upside, then there should also be protection on the downside, right? Because after all, this is very problematic. For example, before, when we started this PPP, the rate of return really is a basis for determination on whether the project should be approved, or it's really a static point at that time. But we all know, a decade after those PPP projects, that whatever we set as rate of return then will not even translate to the actual rate of return. And that can be on the higher side or on the lower side. But the important thing is, because the risk is assumed by the private proponent. So what is a fundamental basis of having an upside, but there's no protection on the downside, right? Because if the purpose of this is, okay, you cannot profit so much, right? So the government has to get something. That's correct, right? But that's also, if you look at the way we have defined now in the investment recovery, there's an explicit recognition that the private proponent should earn a profit on its investments. That is absent on the previous iterations of the law as well as the IRR. But here, we don't have somehow protections on the downside. What if, and this will definitely curtail the innovation as well as, the appetite of the private sector.
Yep, loud and clear. Thank you. We'll raise it to the IRR committee.
All right. So there is one question from our online participants. This is from Mega Wide Construction Corporation, from Ms. Miles Young. Regarding Section 50, line 35, should this be 90 calendar days from the start of the evaluation period and not from the end?
So that's Section 50, line 35. Should this be 90 calendar days from start of the evaluation period? No, this is really end of the evaluation period. So the intent is there's sort of a buffer, so to speak, a grace period, so to speak, before before the deemed approval deemed approval to proceed to negotiation. From the end of the evaluation period, I'm looking at my teammates. Who is correct? Ako? Oh yeah, I'm correct now in the. Yeah, but is that a suggestion? Because that's the wording in the law. I see. Okay. And it's supposed to give that buffer before the deemed approval process. Yeah.
All right. So any other inputs or clarifications before we move on to the next title? All right. right, I'm seeing none. None as well from our online participants. So we can proceed.
All right, we now go to Title 6, Procurement. That's pages 59 to 109. Let's begin. Well, there are two chapters here, one for solicited, one for unsolicited. Some sections apply to both, but you'll still go through each item. General caveat, section numbers will be modified and adjusted because we also saw numbering errors. No? So section 54 will also apply to unsolicited proposals, particularly in section 100. Composition of the PPP Pre-Qualification Bids and Awards Committee of National Implementing Agencies. Here, the minimum members are listed. In the last discussion of the IRR committee, there is a proposal to explicitly mention that voting members shall hold plantilla position. Again, plantilla, not permanent. No? This is different from the discussion on the PPP unit because the PPP unit is more processing, etc. And then the procurement is where it's really the bids and awards committee. So the intent is to have members that are holding government plantilla positions. And then no other changes so far in section 54 unless you have comments and clarifications.
Right, I'm seeing none. We can proceed.
I go now to section 55, composition of the PBAC of LGUs and LUCs. This is mirrored for unsolicited proposals in section 101. So similar, for the minimum members, the voting members shall have shall be holding plantilla positions. No more edits on this one, unless there are questions, comments from the body.
Right, so any inputs? All right, I'm seeing none, so we can proceed.
Yeah, note the flexibility given in lines 7 to 10, by the way, page 61. In case the local implementing agency does not have a legal officer, the implementing agency shall seek legal advice from either an external legal advisor or the legal officer to the next higher level of LGU as applicable to assist the PBAC. If there are no questions, I'll go to section 56, roles and responsibilities of the PBAC, non-voting members, and observers. This is also applicable to unsolicited proposals in section 102. Any comments, questions? If there's none, I'll go to section 57, rules for the non-voting members and observers. You will find the same text in the chapter on ANSOLs, that's section 103. One thing to note, lines 15 to 17. There will be a non-disclosure agreement template which will be attached in the IRR instead of the PPP governing board issuance. We're considering attaching the template in the IRR itself. Are there comments, questions? I'll go to the next section, section 58, PBAC, in case the PPP center is the procuring entity. This is also applicable to unsolicited proposals, particularly section 104. We'll touch this in the PPP center functions, no? But this has cross-referencing with that section. But so far, no edits on the published version unless there are inputs. If there's none, I'll go to section 59, procurement of probity advisor, mirrored in section 105 for unsolicited proposals. Still no change in the published draft. Do we have comments?
No comments.
Section 60, private legal and medical assistance, mirrored in Section 106 for unsolicited proposals. The only update here is to expand, if possible, the assistance not just for PBAC officials and members, but rather to anyone who is performing their functions under the code. So that's subject of the TWG and the IRR committee discussion. I go to section 61, tender documents, still no change on the published draft. You'll find the same text in section 109 for unsolicited proposals.
Yes, sir.
Two quick points lang. On the lower item, I think below, on the enumerations of the content of the ITB. Sorry.
And that's section 62.
Okay.
Yeah. That's the next anyway.
So ITB is about the qualification requirements for the prospective bidder. So what we are really looking for are, the answer that we would like to have is who can and who may not participate. But in item, I guess it's J, or the minimum performance, we might mean, instead of minimum performance, 37. Minimum performance standards, we might mean eligibility requirements for design, construction, and
okay.
And then in the other, this is the second point. In the other parts, you have capitalized government undertaking, and then you have uncapitalized government undertaking. Do they mean the same thing, or it's
yeah,
really mean to be
it
that
should
way?
mean the same thing. Thanks for that observation.
Right, so any other inputs? Okay, so we can proceed to the next one.
Yeah, so still on section 62, instruction to bidders, we'd like to highlight lines 10 to 11. So there is a concept being introduced, the freeze period. The PBAC shall provide a period of 30 calendar days prior to bid submission date wherein no new bid documents, bid bulletins, or changes thereto shall be issued. Any comments, questions before we go to section 63?
No comments so far.
Section 63, safekeeping of PPP tender documents. This is mirrored in section 111 for unsolicited proposals. But a few things to highlight, so actually just one. So tender documents are considered public only after contract signing. Before that, it would be the PBAC who shall determine whether they want to disclose it at an earlier time, because we recognize that it could be part of the bidding strategy of the implementing agency to make the process more competitive. Any more questions on this? If there's none, I'll go to section 64, non-disclosure of confidential business information. This is mirrored in section 112 for unsolicited proposals. So here we have defined confidential business information, and it has to be read together with section 65, claiming confidentiality. This is also mirrored in section 113 for unsolicited proposals. What we'd like to highlight is on lines 13 to 15, no? Should the implementing first, the process is that any entity that claims confidentiality on tender documents, that's on line 5 of page 67. Any entity that claims confidentiality on tender documents that will be published by an implementing agency shall submit to the implementing agency, copy furnish the PPP Center, a table identifying the confidential information and giving reasons why the information should be treated as confidential. Blanket claims for confidentiality shall not be accepted. Failure to comply with the foregoing shall result in the waiver of the entity's claim for confidentiality. Should the implementing agency find the claim for confidentiality unjustified, it shall, prior to any disclosure of such information, notify the entity which claimed confidentiality that the information shall be treated as non-confidential. We got a comment here, or a suggestion, from a number of stakeholders, particularly in the public sector, that this section be clarified to the effect that the implementing agency shall not be penalized if they do exercise their function in lines 13 to 15. If they declare something that they think is not a confidential business information. So we'd like the comments, inputs, suggestions of the private sector on these two provisions. Again, Section 64, non-disclosure of confidential business information, and Section 65, claiming confidentiality.
Yes.
So in Section 65, there's a presumption that the confidentiality can only be claimed on tender documents that will be published. So if it's provided in the USP, such as the site plan, which for a private proponent is proprietary information, then that's not covered by the confidentiality clause and therefore not protected. So we cannot also claim to have remedies in case of disclosure by the government, especially if that information is used by the government to solicit projects in the end and reject the USP. My concern is that any private entity with commercial interests does not really like to sue. And if the only remedy is to sue for criminal violations, for criminal offenses, we don't really know who to sue, because by the time that the information has been disclosed, it's been submitted to the PPP Center, it's been submitted to the IA, and we don't really know who to sue. And at this point, the confidential information is already disclosed, which is what we wanted to protect in the first place. It's not really the fact that we have the right to sue, but to protect the information that we need to protect.
Yeah, thank you. Very fair and valid inputs. We'll raise this to the TWG and the IRR committee.
Yeah, and another thing is that, will the government say, if we want to sue, for example, will the government say we're immune from suit because it's not in the exercise of proprietary functions at the time, because there's still no existing contract, because it's still within the timeline of submission of USP. Therefore, no contract exists. The government is not bound, and therefore the government can just claim immunity from suit. So whatever penal provisions there are, we cannot really exercise them.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, the current text does not clarify or does not answer those concerns. Thank you for those inputs.
Right, so any other inputs? Maybe one more before we proceed. All right, so I'm seeing none, so we can proceed.
All right, let's go to Section 66, Invitation to Pre-Qualify and Bid. You will also see this text on Section 108 for unsolicited proposal, but the difference is the timeline for publication. In the case of unsolicited proposals, the law provides that it is 7 calendar days. For solicited PPPs, we're putting a max of 90 calendar days from the issuance of the notice of approval by the appropriate approving body. The only difference that we see is that in the case of unsolicited proposals, more documents are already ready at the time of approval, because it's presumed the contract is already there, versus in the case of solicited, where contracts are just about to be drafted after approval in the case of solicited. Any comments, questions, inputs on this?
All right, I'm seeing none, so we can proceed.
Let's go to Section 67, period to prepare pre-qualification documents. No change in the published draft unless we have inputs.
Right, no inputs.
Section 68, participation fees for pre-qualification and bid submission. We need your inputs on line 34. We have not yet provided a number here. This is on the participation fee for pre-qualification. So it shall not exceed X% of the approved project cost. Or if there are any alternative suggestions, no?
Yes.
Oh, is it a reason or 10? Yeah.
Right, so any inputs regarding this part? Right, so any suggestions?
Okay, we have until March 8 for your suggestions. This is your opportunity to suggest. Don't, yeah, and input. So please, we need those on March 8 or earlier if possible. Thank you. I now go to section 69, qualification of bidders. No change in the draft text. So unless there are comments, I'll go to section 7P. Section 7P is responsibility of the bidders. We note in the series of the second round of consultations we've had, lines 30 and 31 need to be updated, particularly the phrase at least 7 calendar days before the deadline of the submission and receipt of bids. This has to be updated to fit the 30 calendar day freeze period.
Right, so any inputs regarding this part? All right, so no input so far.
Okay, I'll jump to section 71, pre-qualification requirements. Section 71.1, legal requirements. Section 71.2, experience or track record. And then under it, you have firm experience, key personnel experience, and then financial capability. Note that for the financial capability, we have revised all references to banks to the word financial institutions. This is to consider the alternative financing schemes that's also allowed under the law. Unless there are comments, inputs, section 72 is about pre-qualified and disqualified proponents. Comments, questions, inputs.
I'm seeing none.
Section 73, acceptance of criteria and waiver of rights to enjoin project. Section 74, issuance of tender documents. Here, we have an update, page 76, line 5. This should be in accordance with section 98 of the IRR. Section 75 is about changes to pre-qualification and tender documents. No change in the published draft. Do we have comments?
No input so far.
Section 76, bid bulletins. Again, here, the timelines mentioned, particularly references to the 7 calendar day period, will have to be revisited to fit the 30 calendar day freeze period. Section 77 is next, pre-bid conference and one-on-one meetings. You will see the same text in section 117 for unsolicited proposal. You will note also that the timeline is 45 calendar days before the deadline for the bid submission, of bids. So the idea is that all the bid conferences and one-on-one meetings will be done 45 days prior to bid submission, so that the implementing agency would have about 10 days to finalize all the tender documents and bid bulletins that it will issue to allow for the 30 calendar day freeze period.
Yes, sir.
Sorry, Jeff. Do you mind going back to section 75? Sorry, I just missed this. On the paragraph relating to changes in PTCs, it says here that a change in PTC can be done at any time prior to the issuance of a bid bulletin. We just like to reconcile that with section 99 and 92, which allows the changes to PTCs prior to bid submission. So our proposal is to keep it at PTCs can be changed prior to bid submission and not limited to bid bulletins prior to the issuance of bid bulletin. There seems to be some inconsistency on that provision.
Sorry, you're pertaining to lines 20 to 23 of section 75?
Sorry, the third paragraph.
Yeah.
Yes.
So 20 to 23. Vis-a-vis section what?
99.
9.
On changes in PTCs prior to bid submission.
Okay. Because it says it may be allowed prior to submission of bids, and this one pertains to the approval by the approving body. Is that the point?
Correct.
Yes. Okay. Yeah, that has to be reconciled. Thank you.
All right. Any other inputs? Yes, sir.
Yeah, just a clarification. We've been referring to pre-qualifications, Rita Rebaya. So when we say pre-qualifications, we are referring to two states bidding process, correct? That's the idea here.
Yes.
So everything, when we refer to pre-qualification, we are always referring to two states bidding process.
Oh, okay. Okay, I get the comment. Yeah, but the idea in terms of content is the qualification of the proponent in a single, in case of a single stage bidding.
Mm-hmm. But since that term pre-qualification is a technical term, so we should be very clear that it refers to two states.
Yes, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you for that.
All right. So any other inputs? I'm seeing none, so we can proceed with the next part.
Okay, where did we stop? I think that's section 75, no? So next is section 76, bid bulletins. As mentioned, timelines will be revisited to fit the 30 calendar day period. Section 77 is next, pre-bid I think I mentioned this already. But anyway, so pre-bid conference and one-on-one meetings, same text will be found in section 117 for unsolicited proposals. Section 78 is on requirements for submission of bids. Note that we have provided for an opening to allow electronic bidding, and so all references to the word envelopes have been replaced with documents. No other changes in section 78 as published unless there are inputs, questions, clarifications.
Any inputs? All right, sir.
This is just a query, Jeff. On the project cost, because it says here that the project cost is as proposed by the bidder, and I would assume that's the basis for whether you go to NEDA ICC for approval, correct?
Yeah, sorry, can you state the line that you're looking at for everyone's reference?
Item 5, section 78, sorry.
Item 5, section 78.
On the technical proposal.
On the technical project cost as proposed by the bidder, yes.
Because that project cost will now determine whether or not you go to just the IA or if you go to NEDA ICC. And my question here is more of when you go for, let's say, a variation, when the project has already been implemented, do you still stick to the project cost at the inception of the project, or do you now look at the actual project cost? Later on, during the lifetime of the project?
Yeah. So 2 points. First is the project cost as proposed by the bidder here does not pertain to the project cost that will determine the appropriate approving body. So I hope that's clear with everyone. Secondly, if there are variations, at least at the ongoing discussion, we are to refer to the estimated the project cost during approval stage.
Right, so any other inputs? One more? All right, ma'am.
The bid security is based on the project cost as estimated by the IA and not by the bidder. So in the technical proposal, there would be two project costs. The one in line 4, item 5, and the table on which the bid security is based. Is that correct?
No, there's only one. Sorry, your question is if there are two project costs.
Yes, what if the estimate of the IA is different from the proposal of the bidder? Would there be a different basis for bid security?
Okay, that's a good input. This should actually read as the project cost during the approval stage, not as estimated by the implementing agency, because it might create confusion. So in the process, so you develop the project and then there's a project approval stage. That particular project would have an estimated project cost as determined by the implementing agency. So that is the project cost being pertained to here.
Okay, but item 5 is still project cost as proposed by the bidder.
Yes. As part of the technical proposal that they will submit. Item 7, on the other hand, is not a different project cost. The project cost here is used to guide the bid security to be required for that particular project during procurement.
So
it's not something to be submitted.
Yeah, but the bid security has to be submitted together with the technical proposal, right?
Yes.
So in the technical proposal, there would be two project costs. One proposed by the bidder, and then the other as determined by the IA during the approval stage.
No, okay, so it will be this way. So I have Airport X, I develop it, I get an approval, it's during approval phase, it's estimated at 10 billion pesos, and then I go to the procurement stage. During bid submission, the private sector, as part of its technical proposal, will include, among others, two things. One is the project cost, as they proposed. So mine is 10 billion during approval, but probably, I don't know, plus minus 10. And second, a bid security. The bid security will be, because it's a 10 billion project, would be 175 million bid security plus 1% of the 10 billion excess over the 10 billion. Sorry, that's a bad example because I used 10 billion, but you get the idea. So in that example, there are no two project costs. In terms of submission, you only submit your project cost as part of your bid and the bid security, which is based on the project cost during the approval phase. That's how you read this table.
So there can be no instance where the estimate of the bidder is different from the estimate of the implementing agency?
It will always be the case, but for purposes of determining the amount of bid security, no, because the reference will always be the estimated project cost during the approval phase.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so I'm seeing no more questions for this part. We can proceed.
All right. We're now. Oh, but is this the part where we have to highlight the most responsive bid? So in the past, anyway, just to because I saw the financial proposal already. Before the evaluation of, okay, we'll touch on it later. I saw it already, sorry. Section 79, submission of late bids. No changes in the draft unless there are inputs.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, so this is not exactly on Section 79, but on tender in general. I think in the first round of recommendations and the consultations, we put forth the suggestion if the TWG would be open to consider a provision in the 2023 NEDA JV guidelines. So there are two things to consider there, and I think one is already here through the single stage bidding. So single stage bidding is about simultaneous submission. There is a provision in the 2023 NEDA JV guidelines which talks about simultaneous evaluation of the technical as well as the financial proposal. And we just wanted to check if that was something that the TWG considered. And this, we wanted to link this with our other recommendation, if it would be possible. And, you know, at some point, we're working towards a more mature
Sorry,
PPP
Tokati, but
framework.
yes, it is here.
Okay,
Yes.
it's there. Okay, sorry.
That's actually the one I was looking for earlier too, so that I could note it to everyone. So instead of the previous regime where the determinant of the winning bidder is solely the financial bid parameter, this time the PPP code and its IRR allows that the bid parameter, the determinant could be a mix of the technical and financial. Thank you. Section 80, opening of qualification of bidders. Section 81, evaluation of qualification requirements. Section 82, opening of the technical proposal. Section 83, evaluation of the technical proposal. Section 84, opening of the envelope for the financial proposal. Note that we will delete the term envelope there. Section 85, evaluation of the financial proposal. And then Section 86, simultaneous evaluation of the technical and financial proposals. Again, as mentioned, this is in response to the suggestions in the first round. Section 87, prescriptive periods. This is not in the law. In the law, the deadline for bidding only applies to unsolicited proposals from a minimum of 90 calendar days to a maximum of 1 year. The IRR committee, however, is considering or has considered the adoption of a similar deadline for solicited PPPs. That the bidding will be a max of 1 year also. And then Section 88, we have rejection of bids. Section 89, withdrawal and or modification of bids. Section 90, right to reject all bids. Section 91, breaking tie bids. Any questions, comments, input so far on these sections? Before we open the floor for Section 92, everyone's favorite single complying bid, which covers the provisions of the reasonable rate of return. So just to highlight a few things. One, again, there's a reiteration that it only applies to single complying bids. Second, we've captured the intent of the law about annualized percentage. Third is that the RROR be part of the contract. Fourth, the detailed process to be indicated will be indicated in the ICC guidelines. Now, on the operationalization part, there is a creation of a trust account, but questions on the trigger. So there were questions before on what will trigger the deposit and possible withdrawal. So the proposal is to have 5% plus minus, no? And then only the deposit to the treasury will only happen at the end of the concession period, and it will be the IA to monitor and determine the excess, and they may hire or shall hire. Is it a may or a shall? Shall hire a third party appraiser. So any comments, questions on this one?
Yes, sir.
Sorry, mauna na ako. This will be relatively short. So, just to confirm, because we discussed earlier that the concept of pre-qualification only applies to a two-stage process, right? So, would it also be correct to say that this concept, the single complying bid concept, only applies to a two-stage or can only apply to a two-stage bidding process? Because all of the instances there from A to D makes reference to a pre-qualification scenario. Thank you.
I think we'll have to discuss that in the TWG. I think it's a matter of language, but the principle is if you ended up being as a complying bidder at the end of the bidding period, then you are a single complying bidder.
Yeah, sorry, just a quick rejoinder. Can we flash the A to D scenarios, please? The one where I think it's earlier.
Is that lines 20 to 27?
No, it's that one. So the instances where you can declare a single complying bid. I think it is...
It's page 85, section 92, lines 20 to 27.
Yes, 85, yeah, correct, sorry. 20 to 27, yes. So just a few things here maybe also for consideration of the TWG. So actually, A to D mentions there the different scenarios, right? And we were looking at it from a private sector's perspective. If this was going to be applied in a single stage bidding scenario. Because in a single stage bidding scenario, we all know that the private sector partner no longer, or the private sector bidder, no longer has the opportunity to actually adjust its technical or financial proposal post-submission of the eligibility requirements, right? Because in a single stage process, you basically submit everything in one go. So it seems like if we're going to apply this to a single stage scenario, it's like penalizing. Okay, let me use a different term. Sort of, we will force the private sector partner, that is the only one left complying, no, to negotiate, no, to comply with a single complying bid provision, and we all know that this ties in with the RROR, right? Parang naparusahan ba? In a way to sort of use use our local dialect. Parang naparusahan si private sector dahil siya lang yung natirang magaling. Alam mo yun? So he's the only one, or the private that bidder was the only one that either submitted a complying set of eligibility requirements, right? Or it is the only bidder left submitting a complying technical proposal. Now, if it is a single stage process, the private sector bidder that submitted that already made its own calculations. It did not know that it will be the single complying bid and that it will be subjected to this RROR provision and that clawback. So parang isn't it a bit unfair if we use that, if we do that and we apply it to a single stage scenario? Now, compare that with a two-stage scenario where at least some of these provisions can apply a bit more equitably. The private sector partner submits its qualification documents, right? And then right there and then, there's a decision how many bidders are left, right, after that. So if there's only one, at least the private sector would be able to factor in its financial proposal that, it has to comply with this single complying bid requirement, and it has to take into consideration this RROR concept. So it has that opportunity to do that. In a single stage scenario, it doesn't. So isn't that a bit unfair? Thank you.
Thanks for that input. Yeah, we'll definitely raise that for discussion.
All right. So, Jeff, there's one question from our online participant. This is from Macro Asia, from Mr. Eduardo C. Santos. So, the IRR provides an ROR limit of 15%. Public Service Law provides ROR of 12%. What is the guideline on the over 12%? Please elaborate. And also, will the above limitation lead to micromanaging of the financials of the proponent, especially for government projects? Can COA then review the FS of private proponents? And will this process become a disincentive to the private proponents as investors?
Yeah. Okay, so the first one, there is actually this number, 15%, is actually an offshoot of a suggestion to come up with, a number that's higher than 12%, so it's known to everyone. I should raise that there are actually suggestions to drop the number and keep it open, just have a guideline, do it on a per project basis. And we'd like to hear your thoughts on this. On item 2, the first part, I think it's a consideration that has to be raised to the. I think this is more of a comment rather than a question, and I think that's a valid comment from the private sector. But the second part of item 2 is that I think COA has its own guidelines for PPP projects that only insofar as the government shares. So, and I think this will be answered by the audit guidelines that they will have to issue also following the PPP code. So I don't think the TWG and the IRR committee could comment on this, but in practice, COA is only supposed to audit those that are on the government's part, not the private sector. And then third, disincentive to private proponents is as investors. This is also a comment we've noted in the several consultation sessions we've had, and we'll raise that for discussion to the committee. So yes, any comments please on the 15%? Thank you.
Can we flash the provision? So assuming we accept the RROR as a principle, right? Just on the mechanics, right? So, sorry, can you go up the page? Yeah. So, how do we establish a trust account? Because under the unified, the one account principle of the government, right? There's just one general account, and then trust account are established by law. So does this mean that I may be wrong, right? That the JEA may have provided a different mechanism now, but does this mean that for each account, the establishment of the trust account will be by law? Because
no, the answer is no. The ongoing discussions of the TWG is to look at it's a permanent committee issuance called creation of trust liability accounts for PPP projects. So
it's different with the existing PPP risk management account.
Yes, it's a different issuance by the permanent committee.
And this doesn't operate like your blocked account mechanism in the previous PPP.
It's like the mother policy for all such accounts.
Okay. So just say so just on the mechanics, right? Assuming we accept this principle. For example, what do we mean by exceeds the prescribed RROR by more than 5%? Because the RROR is a percentage already. So is it 5% of the 15%?
Oh, so it's 15 plus 5. At 20,
at 20.
it triggers the deposit. Or
Okay.
if minus 20, then the withdrawal.
So I think just some language. So, so B, it says that, you know, if there's a somehow clawback, right? So that, I presume that's going to be addressed also, because that's essentially what they call this, appropriation of government funds. Because the moment the funds come into your trust account, that is deemed government funds. So I'm assuming that the what they call this, that the regulation on the establishment of the trust accounts will legally allow getting from the trust account by the private sector proponent.
Yeah, under the trust liability account guidelines, the money becomes government's only after the conditions set forth in the for that particular trust liability account. So it doesn't revert. It's not considered a national government fund at that point.
But this one is receipt. It's not liability. So just to understand, right?
Yeah,
so it
we
means
know
that,
the misnomer on the liability
Yes.
part, but if we read the permanent committee guidelines, it is supposed to cover these types of receipts from.
so does this mean that B also operates independently? Meaning, what if the trust account will always be funded? That's my point. Because this operates as if, like, okay, may addition first on the trust account, then you can claw back after if it falls, right? But can
Yes.
B operate independently, such that if the RROR is at 10% rather than 5%, even if there are no previous deposits into the trust account, there's money there that the private sector proponent can get, so that his realized rate of return will go back to the RROR.
Oh yeah, that's a good point. No, that's not the because it's not supposed to be like funded to begin with, so that such that if you fall, you get fall below.
But okay, so even if it's not funded, there's no claim. Meaning, what if B happens independently?
Yeah, that's my point. That's not contemplated in the scenarios that the TWG has discussed.
Okay, so, but please consider, because again,
Yes.
that operates
That's a very
both ways,
fair-
right? Meaning, it can't be that even in this scenario that you have a share in the upside and on the downside, because you do have letter B that
Right.
can theoretically operate independently.
Right.
And then just to echo the concern of the online, right? Yes, under the law, the COA can only audit the receipts of the government, right? But in terms of how to apply it, for the COA to determine actually how much the government is entitled, it will necessarily need to audit the financial statements of the private sector, which is, you know, a different thing, because as it is now, there are a different set of rules for government auditing under the COA, and the COA, they may be proficient and they may be competent in government auditing, but they're not necessarily as competent in auditing private sector accounts. So I think that concern is very valid, because it's not it's not as if COA will just say these are, they will just say, okay, that's the share of the government. They will necessarily have to determine pursuant to their mandate if that is truly the share. So that concern is actually very true.
Yeah, hence the initiative of the PPP Center with the Commission on Audit to come up with an audit manual specifically for PPP projects. That is to recognize the different nature of PPPs. And that is also strengthened by the law itself. So, yep.
All right, so another question coming from Matt.
I'm Christy Villanueva from Tavida Law Offices. So I think the issue on the rate of return is a very valid concern. It can be, subject to dispute later on. So the sooner it is qualified, whether in the IRR or maybe guidelines to be issued by the PPP governing board, that would really address the issue. So I think the COA has jurisdiction to audit public utilities. So the COA, and also I think they follow a state audit manual, and also by virtue of jurisprudence, they follow the 12% return rate based methodology. So that's where the 12% came from. So the issue is, there are two methodologies that will now govern. Well, not just now, but it has been the case even before. So for the 12% RORB and the rate setting methodology in the PPP contract. So I think it's high time that whether in the IRR or in the guidelines to be issued, the frameworks be harmonized. Part of the PPP code, the declared policy, one of the declared policies is to provide an enabling environment. So that it will be very helpful for everyone to understand what the framework should be in terms of the rate setting methodology. So it's really just a comment and a request.
Thank you. We'll definitely raise that.
Thank you.
All right, so last one from sir before we move on to the next part.
Yeah, just to echo what my colleague here mentioned about the application of this ROR to transactions or to bidding that are only to states. Since this ROR is already a concern, and if we can find really a basis, and I think that's also your direction, the direction of the IRR, to at least limit the application of this ROR to single complying bid and further limit the application of single complying bid to states, that would be at least a good direction. Now, on the other issue, I think Francis was mentioning on the letter B, it seems that if we apply that one, it seems that the government is also guaranteeing the ROR. Because if for example, it goes below 15, so naging 10, kukunin na yun. So you are actually filling the gap of 5%. Is that the intention of here, that we guarantee the ROR of the private sector as well?
I think the short answer is no. This was presented from a mechanism point of view, and the IRR committee's instruction was to put it out there and get the inputs of the stakeholders.
Yeah, but for me, if we are really going to apply this one, this mechanism on recoupment, it's fair that if the government guarantees the ROR, then the government can also get the upside. So if the ROR goes below, for example, the ROR prescribed, the government will pay the deficit, then that should be okay, because if you have the upside, you need to fill in my deficit, right? And it seems that guaranteeing ROR is an allowed government undertaking. So if in the case of single complying bid, and there is a negotiation, can the private sector, because the private sector can no longer, avoid this one. We need to apply the ROR because that is, can the private sector also negotiate that if the ROR, and I think the 15%, that's something that we need to avoid because it's a negotiated ROR, so we don't need to put limit because it should be determined on a case-to-case basis, depending on the complexity of the project, maybe the viability of the project. But if that is a negotiated item, and I could negotiate, for example, 18%, and you guarantee me that 18%, then whatever upside, it's for the government.
Yeah, I think that's we get the point, and we'll discuss this along with the other suggestions we've gotten from the series of consultation sessions.
All right. So again, if you have more inputs for this part, we will be accepting your inputs until March 8th. So we can proceed with the next part.
Okay. Sorry, Kyle, did you give me the signal to go ahead?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. All right, so we're now on section 93, conditions for negotiations between the implementing agency and the single complying and responsive bidder. No change in the published draft. Section 94, failure of bidding. Section 95, protests on resolution of the PBAC for national PPP projects. Note that this is mirrored in Section 121 for unsolicited proposals. For local PPP projects. And then, for unsol proposals. And then second, based on the latest discussion of the IRR committee, we are trying to address comments from the stakeholders on the scope of what could be subject of a protest. And what is being considered at the moment is to limit the grounds for protest using the PPIAF model. So instead of sky is the limit framework on protests, we model it after an international practice where specific areas or items that could be subject of a protest will be enumerated in the IRR. Section 95.1 is on the procedure in filing a motion for reconsideration to the PBAC. Section 95.2 is the procedure in filing an appeal to the head of the implementing agency. And Section 95.3 is the procedure in filing an appeal to the department secretary. So 3 levels.
Yes, I think my question.
My concern is on the appeal fee. No? It doesn't seem fair that the fee be non-refundable, particularly if the appeal is successful. Because if the appeal is successful, that means there was a grievance that needed to be corrected. No? And so why are you penalizing a bidder who was just trying to get redress because he or she or the entity was not treated fairly? I mean, parang you on one hand you want to discourage frivolous appeals, and I think that can be achieved by making the fee high. But I think parang may give naman dapat na baka naman pwedeng i-consider. Kasi I understand there were discussions about this before. There's a question of administrative complications, pero pwede namang LC para hindi pa nadodraw.
Yeah, we've noted this even in the second round, so this will definitely be discussed to the IRR committee. Yep, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. On the appeal fee, even the percentage is quite high. So for example, for the last project that the government tendered out, that will amount to about more than ₱1 billion. So when a remedy is that, diba, parang this is supposed to be a remedy for aggrieved bidders with, they may have valid concerns, right? So when you put barriers to that remedy so high, the government is effectively saying you cannot appeal. And whatever we say is final is final. That doesn't seem fair. It can be a percentage, but there has to be a cap. Because, for example, at 15 billion pesos, which is the minimum for the ICC, that will around 112.5 million pesos. That's quite substantial. And that will be a deterrent actually to private sector bidders to appeal, even if they are correct anyway.
Yeah, thanks for that. We've actually heard a number of versions and a number of dimensions of that concern. So please let us know what would be a good thing to put in the IRR, because we've received suggestions to just say 0.1%. There's also suggestions to put just 0.75% or make it graduated as in the GPRA. So I think this is the best group to help us determine what is the best thing to put here. And we have until March. Thank you, everyone. Uh, so, any more questions on this?
I think there are no more questions so far.
Oh, there are.
Or yes, sir.
Yeah, just a quick clarification. So for the appeals now, it covers appeal and protest. It covers now not just an appeal by a disqualified bidder. It also now includes protests that were filed or that will be made by one bidder against another. Will that be covered also by this?
Yes, so we're patterning it in the PPIAF. I think there are a number of there are specific items that could be subject of a protest.
Okay.
Yeah.
And that will be further specified?
Yes, we'll spell it out in the text of the IRR. So the idea is for memorandum for the first level MR, there's no fee, and then fee starts if you appeal to the head of the IA, and then if there's a department secretary, another appeal fee. So I now go to section 96, protests on resolution of the PBAC for local PPP projects. This is mirrored in the section 122 for unsolicited proposals. So the difference between national and local protest mechanism is that we will only have two levels for local PPP projects. First is the MR for to the PBAC, and then next is the head of the LGU. So section 96.1 is on the procedure in filing a motion for reconsideration for the PBAC. Section 96.2 is the procedure in filing an appeal to the local chief executive. Section 97 is about mandatory provisions in a PPP contract. This is mirrored in section 123 for unsolicited proposals. This is basically a list combining the provisions under the revised 2022 IRR and the NEDA joint venture guidelines in 2023. Any comments, inputs? I'll go to section 98. If there's none, PPP contract review and approval. This is mirrored in section 124 for unsolicited proposals. Note that in page or in line 13, page 91, we will have to update yung 30 calendar days to account for the freeze period. Any comments, questions on the review, on the PPP contract review and approval?
So no questions so far.
All right, we go to section 99, changes to the PPCs of the draft PPP contract. This is similar to section 125 of ANSOLS. We noted a comment earlier, so we'll make sure we consider that in the final version. I now go to chapter 2, procurement of unsolicited proposals. So, okay, I'll run through this, almost skipping this because these are mirror provisions in the case of procurement of solicited. So again, section 100, composition of PBAC of national IAs, no difference for solicited. Section 101, composition of the PBAC for local implementing agencies, also no difference. Section 102, roles and responsibilities of the PBAC, same with solicited. Section 103, rules for the non-voting members and observers, no difference. Section 104, PBAC in case the PPP center is a procuring entity, no difference. Section 105, procurement of probity advisory, no difference. Section 106, private legal and medical assistance, no difference. Now we go to section 107, comparative challenge. We'd like to highlight the last two lines, or lines 8 and 9. provided that the period shall not be less than 90 calendar days and shall not exceed 1 year from the issuance of the invitation for comparative proposals. So there have been a lot of questions here on where does day one start, no? So it will be from the issuance of the invitation for comparative proposals.
Yes, sir. There's one question.
Hi, just on this one, I think the comment is whether should it be invitation, issuance of invitation, or should it be the final draft CA? I think that's something that was raised before.
Yeah, so the answer is issuance of invitation for comparative proposals. We note there have been suggestions to recon it from the issuance of the final draft contract.
Thanks.
So we'd like to hear your thoughts, comments on this one.
Any other inputs regarding this part? Okay, so I'm seeing none, so we can proceed.
Okay, we'll go to section 108, invitation for comparative proposals. Sections 108 to 113, the same cover. These are all covered. Particularly yung tender documents, instruction. It's actually no, sorry, forget about that. So section 108, invitation for comparative proposals. Any comments? There is no change in the draft that's published, as well as in section 109 and 110. No difference also in section 111 and 112 and 113. So that would be safekeeping of PPP tender docs, non-disclosure of confidential business information, and claiming confidentiality. We are taking note of the comments we've received in the mirror provisions and will apply them here as well. There is a question.
Yes, sir. Sir Sunny first, and then Cesar.
Mabilis lang to, tsaka sisingit ko lang because this is on confidentiality, hindi ko nabanggit kanina. One suggestion lang for you to consider that in claims for confidentiality, you may also want to include for how long the confidentiality undertaking should be, because typical confidentiality undertakings expire. So at some point, ang hirap nung forever eh. Yun lang.
All right, thank you so much. Yes, sir.
Yeah, mine is actually just numbering on section 108 because it gets a bit confusing because there are references there. Section 108, a bit more above. Yeah, this one. So it says there at least once in the following. So I, and then all of a sudden there's a D, the invitation for comparative proposal. So this one, is that I guess?
Yeah, we'll fix
right.
it.
And then, yeah, and then website, yeah. And then in addition to the medium enumerated in B, that would be I guess. So just that, thank you.
All right, thank you so much. So any other inputs regarding this part? Okay, I'm seeing none, so we can proceed with the next part.
Section 114, qualification, thank you. Section 14, qualification of comparative proponents, no change in the published draft, as well as in Section 115, disclosure of the financial proposal of the original proponent. Any comments, questions there? Also, no change in Section 116, posting of bid bond by the original proponent, as well as Section 117, pre-bid conference and one-on-one meetings. On Section 118, submission and receipt of comparative proposals, lines 8 to 9 will have to be revisited and amended for consistency. yung such period shall commence from the first date when a complete set of tender documents is issued. That's in relation to the suggestion raised earlier. So whatever the final decision is, those two will have to be reconciled. Section 119, opening and evaluation of comparative proposals. Section 120, right to match mechanism. Both no change in the published draft, unless there are comments and inputs here.
Yes, sir.
Just a clarification on the qualification of the, to be indicated in the comparative proposal invitation. We mentioned there that the qualification of the original proponent. That's what we intend. For example, I'm the proponent of the unsolicited proposal, and then I have this very high qualifications. So, for example, number of experience. I'm 20 years experience, but nobody is really within the 20-year experience. So, is that the qualification that we'll also put in the invitation? Because I have the 20-year qualification.
Yeah, thanks for that question. So when we were drafting this, the idea is just to make sure that whatever qualification criteria were used to the original proponent should be the same qualification criteria to be used for possible comparative challengers. But I get the details or the nuance that you're pointing out. Yeah, we'll discuss at the TWG, but that's the intent. We cannot have a different set of measurement for those two bidders or two prospective proponents.
Right, so any other inputs regarding this part? All right, so I'm seeing none, so we can proceed to the next part.
Okay, we'll go to section... Okay, I think I'm lost. Section 121. Protests on resolution of the PBAC for national PPP projects. These are all covered in sections 121. These sections 121 to 124 have been covered in the solicited. So no change unless there are comments and questions. So that would be the filing a motion for reconsideration to the PBAC, filing an appeal to the head of the IA, filing an appeal to the department secretary, the protest resolution on the PBAC for local PPP projects, which has two stages. One is on motion for reconsideration to the PPP PBAC of the LGU, and then to the local chief executive. We have the same set of mandatory provisions in PPP contracts, that's in section 123, as well as the PPP contract review and approval in section 124. As well as section 125, changes to the PTCs of the draft PPP contract. So those are all mirror provisions as discussed earlier. So any questions so far? If there's none, we'll jump to Title 9. That's pages 130 to 133 on tariff regulation. So let's start with section 160, identification of regulatory bodies. No change in the published draft. Any comments, questions?
Right, any comments?
No change. Oh yeah, please.
Sorry not about this, but I think I missed the section 149.
149.
Independent consultant for civil works. I just noted that for civil works, there's a dedicated section for independent, similarly for O&M phase, but no independent consultant requirement for the design approval and review. For an output-based procurement such as this. That's...
You mean the DED stage? Okay, yeah, we can clarify that. I think the intent is to have it covered under section 149.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah, but thanks for that. Any more questions on this? I'll go back to section 161 this time, issuance of a memorandum circular, and section 162, minimum guidelines, frameworks, and mechanisms. No change in the published draft unless there are comments and inputs. Same goes for section 163, basis of approval of initial rates and other charges and adjustments. And then section 164, upholding of initial rates and other charges and adjustments. Section 165, inclusion of the initial rates and other charges and adjustments or the maximum acceptable initial values in the final draft of the PPP contract. Section 166, absence of an appropriate regulatory body and a creation of a local rate-setting body. And finally, section 167, posting of the approved initial rates and other charges and adjustments in the websites. Any comment on Title 9? Comments, suggestions, inputs?
Any inputs from our participants? I'm seeing none, so we can proceed to the next part.
We now jump to Title 10. This is page 133 to 137. I'd like to point you to the listing of the different government undertakings. That's sub-items A to J. No? Just to be clear, definitions were either lifted from the PPP code if it has been defined in the law, or for those that have not been defined in the law, we have lifted it from the revised 2022 IRR. So if we go through it one by one, section 168, subsidy, is defined under the law, so we have just lifted it. No changes on the published draft unless there are comments. On subsidy, section 169, credit enhancement. This one is not defined in the law, and so we have lifted the revised 2022 IRR. Section 170, guarantee on demand. We lifted this from the law. And section 7, as well as sections 171, guarantee on loan repayment. Same for section 172, guarantee on private sector return. So in the draft IRR, we have lifted the definitions from the law. But if you feel there are words that need to be clarified, or you think there needs to be phrases to be added to clarify the existing definition, please let us know. Section 173, we lifted this, government equity, we lifted this from the revised 2022 IRR, as well as section 174, performance undertaking. As well as the last two items, section 175, legal assistance, and 176, security assistance. Any comments, questions, inputs?
Any comments? I'm seeing none, so we can proceed with the next part.
Okay, we'll now go to Title 14. That's pages 139 to 140. Title 14, variation, expansion, or extension of an existing PPP project. Just a few things to highlight here. There is a paragraph that talks about reliefs afforded to the private proponent shall not be considered a variation. The only exception is if that relief is a contract extension, which means any contract extension, if parties are to avail of this mechanism, should follow the process under this section. And then secondly, waivers, which has an effect of a variation, meaning effectively changing the business model of the project, shall be considered a variation and should therefore be processed under Title 14 of the PPP Code. So those are the two things that we want to highlight under Title 14. Unless there are comments, questions, inputs on this.
Yes, sir.
Just a clarification and confirmation on this provision, especially on established rights already with existing PPP contracts. So with this provision, have an amendment to the existing. For example, we have operating agreements already with regulatory boards, for example. That's one. And then there was a provision also that there's a repeal of the regulatory bodies to implement projects. How about the existing projects that we have with TRB, for example? So my general, well, that's the general comment and general confirmation whether we have, because in our existing contracts, we already have those mechanisms on how we will be able to amend or avail of this contract variations. So would that mean we would have to go through PPP and not directly to the agencies that we were dealing before?
So as early as the legislative deliberations, the idea is all those substantial rights under your existing contracts are to be protected. So if, for instance, those contracts have no, or have a limit X or no limit in terms of what could be under variation, then that one is protected, even if in this present PPP code is contemplating on providing for variation limits. However, procedural rights are not. So we will be following, now that all of these legal frameworks are folded into this law, the procedural processes under this provision, particularly this Title 14, will kick in. So yes, there could be no your limits or your variations under your existing contracts are valid, but the approval process would follow Title 14.
Just to give an example, you have a process already once the project is at 15 billion and above. Before, even if it's 15 billion, a project for a toll road is easily 15 billion. Before, we will just have to ask the TRB for approval in terms of implementing the project under our contract. But this time, do we have to go to the NEDA ICC for the project for that sample project?
For a variation,
For
for a project that's costing above 15 billion, yes, the intent is yes. Yeah.
Okay.
But the ICC cannot say, for instance, or the NEDA board couldn't say or will not honor that allowable variation as far as your signed contract is concerned.
But in terms of the rights we have in the original agreement, still be respected even by the NEDA board?
Yes, even at the NEDA board. It's the procedure that has changed, not the contract.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. So any other inputs regarding this part before we move on to the next part? So I'm seeing none, so we can move on.
Let's now jump to Title 17. That's pages 143 to 146. This is on PPP Center. We have Section 184, Institutionalization of the PPP Center. No change in the published draft unless there are comments, questions, clarifications. Section 185, also powers and functions of the PPP Center. Section 186, the Executive Director. And then the second, Section 186, which should be renumbered, PPP Center as Procurement Agent. here we want to highlight that the PPP governing board is proposed to further thresh out. But at the minimum, we are indicating here that the PPP Center as a procurement agent may be considered, or the PPP Center may consider this for a reasonable fee under the following circumstances. Two things. One, or A, if the PPP project to be procured is complex and the implementing agency lacks the capacity to procure such project, or B, if the PPP project is considered pioneering and the implementing agency lacks the capacity. So it's not meant to be everyone's go-to mode, no? And I think that's the last section under Title 17. Any comments, questions, clarifications?
Any inputs from our participants? All right, so I'm seeing none. None from online participants as well, so we can proceed.
Oh, yeah, there's a question, Kyle.
Oh, okay, yes, sir.
Yeah, so I think two things, and this pertains to the powers of PPP Center, I think. Yes, this one, the enumeration. So maybe just to clarify, because PPP Center now has the authority to issue NPMs, non-policy matters, we just wanted to check if, and I think we asked this before, if private sector can also request for that. If PPP Center would allow it, if they could be asked to issue an opinion, say on a certain matter by the private sector, if private sector can seek guidance also, or will it just be government implementing agencies?
I think this was discussed in the last PPP governing board, and have they decided with finality? The answer is yes. Any party? Yes. So the answer is yes, according to the PPP governing board.
Okay, thank you. And then maybe just as a second point regarding the PDMF, and this is also coming from the point of view of member, because PwC is also a member of the panel of transaction advisors. It was really nice for PPP Center to have adopted the ADB procurement method. We were just wondering, because based on the provisions of the code and even of the IRR, it doesn't seem like PPP Center is restricted to follow procurement rules of GPRA. It has the authority and flexibility to follow, even continue to follow ADB procurement rules for at least for transaction advisors. And we were hoping if that's something that can still be considered, given that it has been proven to work already, as well as in terms of proving the efficiency, the effectiveness of the revolving aspect, revolving mechanism. So might be something to consider also. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Just a quick note. It actually did not change. The legal framework used before is the same legal framework used under the PPP code. It just was institutionalized. So the reason ADB guidelines was used before is because there is a component of foreign fund, which is actually the legal basis of that is also 9184. The same still true for the PDMF that was institutionalized in this code. So rest assured, we're working on that, no, in terms of implementing that panel of consulting firms. Thank you. Are there more questions?
Are there any more inputs regarding this part before we proceed? All right, confirming that there's...
I'll ask the team to please jump to Title 20 RMF, or the Risk Management Fund. That's pages 150 to 153. So that's Title 20, Section 195, creation and use of the PPP Risk Management Fund. Just to update you, there is an ongoing discussion with BBM on what kind of fund will the RMF be. Is it a special fund or but it's more internal discussion within the government. But just to update you, the term, I think we used the term special funds here, but we were told that that might change. But nevertheless, there is going to be the PPP Risk Management Fund as required by law. Section 196, eligible PPP projects for PPP Risk Management Fund, no change in the draft that was published, as well as in sections 197, coverage of the PPP Risk Management Fund, and section 198, roles of agencies or committees involved. The rest of the provisions under this title, on the determination of the target amount, we will be fixing the renumbering, sources of funding, payment of contribution and release of funds, guidelines for availing the PPP Risk Management Fund, and the monitoring and reporting of contingent liabilities and utilization of the PPP Risk Management Fund were retained, no edits so far unless you have questions or inputs. I think the important thing is it will be, the details will be in the issuance to be published by the DBCC. Any comments, questions, clarifications?
All right, so inputs, I'm seeing none, so we can proceed.
Let's now go to Title 23, Transitory Clause. That's page 157 to 162. There's a general comment here that we received in the second round of consultations. That is to explicitly provide transitory clauses, transitory provisions in consideration of the interim guidelines that was issued by the PPP Governing Board. So we will, it's not yet in the draft, but we'll definitely capture those. Still adopting the same principle, the effectivity of the IRR should not cause the delay of a PPP project that is ongoing processing, or a back to zero scenario. So just to give you an idea. So okay, with that, let's go through the transitory clause. Title 23, transitory clause, section 208, existing contracts. Section 209, PPP projects with a winning bidder but no executed contracts. Section 210, solicited PPP projects which have published an invitation to bid prior to the effectivity of the PPP code. Section 211, unsolicited PPP projects which have commenced comparative challenge prior to the effectivity of the PPP code. Please stop me when it's needed. Section 211, solicited and unsolicited projects pursuant to the BOT law which are already approved for bidding or comparative challenge but pending publication of applicable invitation prior to the effectivity of the code. Section 212, solicited projects pursuant to the BOT law pending approval of the appropriate approving body prior to the effectivity of the code. 213 is about unsolicited projects pursuant to the BOT law pending approval of the appropriate approving body prior to the effectivity of the PPP code. Here, we'd like to highlight lines 32 and 33. Guidelines on the negotiation process for unsolicited proposals under the revised 2022 IRR of the BOT law will be removed. Instead, the actual policy and rules to be applied will be indicated. On section 214, non-BOT law PPP projects pending approval of the relevant approving authorities prior to the effectivity of the code. And then section 215, miscellaneous. That's the last section. Any questions, comments on the transitory provision? I think one thing that we need your help on this one is to make sure that when the IRR becomes effective, all of the possible stages where the project or where a PPP project will find itself in has a clear guidance on what happens. So please, we've attempted to do that with the government agencies as well, but we might have missed specific stages. So please include that as part of your submissions on March 8th or earlier, please. Thank you.
Right? Any inputs or clarifications? Yes, sir.
Just a quick stage lang, baka you can answer this immediately. Whether to go through you or just continue with the process. For example, in a project, unsolicited project, was already given completed documents, certificate of completed documents by the implementing agency. But they have not yet gone through the approving body submission because we're still maybe in the negotiation stage. Would we, with this, after March 24 maybe, right, would we continue with the implementing agency because we have already certificate of completed documents, or do we have to resubmit the completed documents to PPP Center again?
The current draft does not consider certification of completed documents. What has been considered so far, based on our review of existing legal frameworks, is the acceptance that has been issued by the implementing agency. So we will consider that in this draft. But if we follow the logic for those where a letter of acceptance has been issued but have not yet been approved by the appropriate approving body, it falls under section yung not under BOT law. Which item? 214? Okay, sorry. I stand corrected. That has been addressed in the interim guidelines, which we have not yet considered here. So, as mentioned earlier, we will have to harmonize this version of the draft with the rules under the interim guidelines. But the idea there, if I'm not mistaken, is those that have been with letters of acceptance, they don't need to go back to zero. They can proceed to the next stage.
Right, thank you so much. So any other inputs on this part? Right, so, okay, I'm seeing none, so we can proceed to the next part.
Let's go to Title 24, Repealing Clause, sections at pages 162 to 163. We have not received any comments apart from one. No, we are intending to list all executive issuances that are either modified or repealed. Because right now in the law and in the draft, we note that these are all RAs or laws. And there's a catch-all that states other executive issuances are either modified or repealed. So we want to clarify that by listing those executive issuances accordingly. So the same is true for Section 217, amended or modified laws and decrees, and Section 218, amendment of all laws, decrees, and other legislations. Section 219, general repeal or modification, we shall include the repeal of PPP codes, which we understand based on the round one of consultation, the previous language is quite tentative. So now it's a repeal. That's unless there are questions, comments, please.
Just a point for clarification. So, is the NETA-GV guidelines repealed or
Yes.
repealed?
Yes.
Okay.
Right, so any other clarifications before we move on to the next part? All right, so I'm seeing none, so we can proceed.
Let's go to Section 4 of Title 1, Definition of Terms. We'll run through each of the term, and please let us know if you have comments, inputs. Section 4, Definition of Terms. These are on pages 3 to 11. Item A is a new term that we are defining, alternative financial instruments. This means, sorry, when I say new, this means the definition are not in the code and are new terms that are being proposed to be defined in the IRR. So item A is a new item, alternative financial instruments. Any comments, questions?
Right,
If there's none, I'll go to the next items. Items B, approving body, and C, availability payments. These are lifted from the PPP code without edits. As a general caveat, not because we have lifted it from the code means it's no longer open for comments and input. So please let us know if you think there are phrases that need to be clarified or if you have a proposed clarificatory phrases or clauses. I go to the next item, item D. This is a new term, blended finance. Any questions, comments? If there's none, there's another new item, confidential business information. We'd like to highlight the definition includes that these are those that are proprietary in nature, and the request for classification as CBI will be as discussed earlier in the section, the submission of a table and the justification. Item F is a new term. This is not in the law. Consolidated investment programs. There is, in the second round of consultations, a suggestion to add in the enumeration the infrastructure flagship projects. Items G, construction, H, contingent liability, and I, contractor. These are all lifted from the PPP code without edits. And then we are defining a new term, economic model. That's item J. Item K, facility operator, and item L, financial close, are both lifted from the PPP code without edits. And then we have item M, which is a new term that we want to define, financial model. Item N, O, and P are all lifted from the PPP code. So that would be the generic preferred risk allocation matrix, government financial institutions, and government instrumentalities with corporate powers, GICPs/government corporate entities.
Jeff, there's one question from Sir.
I just noted because you're missing a definition of franchise.
Franchise.
And, you know, is it correct that we understand that that will just refer to the franchise as required under the new PSA? Because that ties into the nationality requirements and the qualifications.
Yes, there is an ongoing discussion on that. There was actually a suggestion to read it together with the amended Public Service Act. So the TWG is still reviewing. We note that there's no specific provision under the PPP code right now that talks about franchise.
Right, so any other clarifications? I'm seeing none, so you can proceed.
I am now on item Q, government-owned and controlled corporation, GOCC. There is just an edit. I mean, we want to highlight, because we've received a lot of questions here, particularly for water districts. So water districts created under PD 198, the phrase PD 198 was added. as opposed to water districts in the case of local PPPs owned by local government units. And then items R to W are all lifted from the PPP code without edits. Those are government undertakings, green financing, guarantee on demand, guarantee on loan repayment, guarantee on private sector return, and implementing agency. Any comments, questions? I'll just continue. Just stop me kapag if you have inputs. Item X, independent consultant. This is a new term. As well as item Y, infrastructure projects. That's a new term also. Item Z is from the PPP code without edits. Oh, there is a question. Yes, sir.
Hello, good afternoon. Just to reiterate the point earlier made, if we can have a definition of development projects and services in the same way that we have a definition of infrastructure projects. Thank you.
Yes, taking note of that. Thank you. So we're now on item Z, joint venture. This is lifted from the code without edits. And then a new item, item AA, key performance indicators. Item BB, land value capture strategies, was basically lifted from the PPP code, but we added the underlined, it's not, we added the phrase or clause such as, but not limited to, betterment contributions, grant or sale of commercial development rights, and strategic land management. Again, as discussed earlier, these are not requirements. These are more illustrative, for illustrative purposes. Item CC and item DD, local PPP project and local universities and colleges are both lifted from the PPP code without edits. Item EE, market sounding, is a new term that we have defined in the IRR. Item FF, MAGA, is a term lifted from the, and a definition lifted from the PPP code without edits. Item GG, most responsive bid, was also lifted from the PPP code, but we added the second sentence. A bid that is most advantageous to the government includes one that protects the public by providing affordable, accessible, and efficient public service, taking into account the totality of circumstances. Item HH and II, national PPP project and original proponent, are both lifted from the PPP code without edits. Item JJ is also lifted from section 4 of the PPP code. We are introducing a new term, a defined term, item KK, PPP contract. And then items LL, MM, and NN, that would be PPP project, private partner, and the private proponent. All of these are lifted from the PPP code, except the second sentence of the private partner definition. We added the private partner may create a special purpose company or a special purpose vehicle. I now go to item OO. This is a new term, probity advisor. Item PP, the last sentences of the paragraph 1 and 2 are proposed additions. So for this purpose, completion stage shall refer to the completion of construction as defined under the code and this IRR. For avoidance of doubt, interest charges and other financing costs incurred during construction shall be considered as part of the project cost. So this is in response to the questions raised during the last consultation session. And then in the second paragraph, initial capex shall refer to capital expenditure expended during construction as defined under the code. The government borrowing rate shall be discount rate used in determining the PV of costs incurred in delivering the contracted service, including any reinvestment requirements. Any questions, comments? Item QQ, reasonable rate of return. The first paragraph was lifted from the PPP code. The proposed addition is on the second paragraph, but we have noted all of the comments and concerns raised on this one. So I'll go to the next item, RR, regulatory body, another new term. Any comments, questions? All right, if there's none, I'll go to items SSPTUU. Those would be solicited projects, state universities and colleges, and subsidy. All of the definitions here were lifted from the PPP code without edits. Now I go to item VV. This is a new term, tariff, to collectively refer to the tolls, fees, fares, rentals, and charges. And then item WW, termination payment. Everything is from the PPP code except the word early. Section 11, line 11, that results in the early termination of the said contract. I go to item XX, a new term that's defined, third-party appraiser. YY and ZZ are both lifted from the PPP code. That would be the definition of unsolicited proposal and the definition of value for money. And then last two items, AAA, VFM model. This is a new term. And BBB, virtual data room, also a new term that's defined in the IRR. Do you still want to have a CCC? Any comments, inputs? So I think we have enough definitions unless there are proposed additions.
Okay, so any other inputs on the definition of terms? All right, so I'm seeing none, so we can proceed with the next part.
I ask everyone to jump to Title 7, Award and Execution. That's pages 109 to 116. So, Title 7, Award and Execution, most of these are lifted from the revised 2022 IRR. We did convert the working days to calendar days. So, on Section 126, Recommendation to Award, on line 16, we intend to replace the term financial evaluation to final evaluation. And then we go to Section 127, Decision to Award. This does not change unless there are inputs, comments here. Same goes for Section 128, Notice of Award, and Section 129, Public Dissemination of Bidding Results. Also, no change in the published draft in Section 130, Formation of a Special Purpose Company or a JV company. Still no change on the published draft for Section 131, Withdrawal or Substitution of a Member. Also no change in the published draft, Section 132, Validity of Bids / Return of Bid Security. Also no change on Section 133, Extension of Validity of Bids. Also no change in Section 134, Execution of the PPP contract. Same for Section 135, Failure to enter into contract, and Section 136, Issuance of franchise. So I think this is what we were saying earlier. It does not provide much information in terms of processing. So there was a suggestion to further clarify this section. That's the last section under Title 7. Any other comments, queries, suggestions on Title 7, Award and Execution?
Right, so any inputs? I'm seeing none, so we can proceed.
We can then go to Title 8, Implementation of PPP Projects. This would be pages 116 to 130. Chapter 1 is on Project Monitoring and Contract Management. Section 137, Project Monitoring. There's no change here, just to highlight that there will be a PPP Governing Board, Monitoring Framework, and Protocols. Section 138, Contract Management and Risk Mitigation. The detailed guidelines will be part of the PPP Governing Board issuance on monitoring framework and protocols. No revisions on Section 139, Accountability in PPP Projects. Chapter 2 is about government liabilities in PPP contracts. No changes, no revisions on Section 140, Monitoring and Reporting of Government Liabilities. Same for Section 141, Accounting for Liabilities. We now go to Chapter 3, Pre-Construction. There are two sections here. Both are basically lifted from the revised 2022 IRR. Section 142, Notice to Commence, and Section 143, Preparation and Approval of the Detailed Engineering Design. Same goes for Chapter 3, Project Construction. Mostly were lifted from the revised 2022 IRR. That's Section 144, Notice to Commence. Section 145, Performance Security for Construction Works. Section 146, Release of Performance Security for Construction Works. And Section 147, Review of Project Construction. Section 148, Liquidated Damages during construction. Section 149, Independent Consultants for Construction Works. So all of those items, no revisions in the published draft. We now go to Chapter 5, Operations and Maintenance, mostly lifted from the revised 2022 IRR, a couple of sections here, but all without changes in the published draft. Section 150 is Notice to Commence. Section 151, Performance Security for O&M. Section 152, Release of Performance Securities. Section 153, Review of O&M. Section 154, Liquidated Damages during operation. Section 155, Repair and Maintenance Cost. And Section 156, IC for Operations and Maintenance. Any comments, questions, clarifications? If there's none, let's go to Chapter 6, Handover. Mostly lifted from the revised 2022 IRR. No changes in the following sections. Section 157, Expiring Contracts and Transfer of and Warranty over the Facility. Section 158, Transfer Security. And Section 159, Warranty Security. Any questions, comments, suggestions? If there's none, let's jump to Title 11, Investment Incentives. That's on page 137. No change in the published draft. Do we have comments, questions here? None. Let's go to Title 12, Valuation, pages 137 to 138. No changes here also. Would like to know whether these are clear. Title 13, Auditing of PPP Projects. That's pages 138 and 139. Section 177 pertains to private partner revenues. Section 178 pertains to disclosure of information. We are noting the comments pertaining to the audit of PPP projects during the earlier discussions. Let's now jump to Title 15, Divestment or Takeover. That's pages 140 to 142. divestment or takeover by the government. Section 179 is divestment. Section 180 is temporary or permanent takeover by the government. Both sections and do not have any change from the published draft. Let's go to Title 16, Contract Termination. That's pages 142 to 143. Just 3 sections under this. All of these were not changed. So unless you have questions or clarifications, this would be more or less it. Section 181, Contract Termination. Section 182, Termination Payments. And Section 183, Commission of Administrative, Civil, and Penal Sanctions. Let's go to Title 18. PPP Governing Board, that's page 147. Chapter 1 is about powers, functions, and compositions. Section 187 is about powers and functions of the PPP Governing Board. Section 188 is about the composition of the PPP Governing Board. And finally, Section 189 talks about the appointment of the private sector representative. Any comments, questions, clarifications? If there's none, let's go to Section 19, PDMF, pages 148 to 150. Section 190 is about institutionalization of the PDMF. Section 191 is the sources of the PDMF funds. Section 192 is the PDMF management. Section 193, institutionalization of the PDMF committee and its powers and functions. And Section 194, composition of the PDMF committee. So we have also noted the comments raised during the discussions earlier pertaining to the PDMF. Comments, questions? If there's none, let's go to Title 21. Prohibition on the issuance of TRO, pages 153 to 154. Title 21. Yeah, no change. We just lifted it from the PPP code. So, the same, okay, yes. So, unless there are comments, I'll shift to Title 22. Administrative, Civil, and Penal Sanctions. Section 203, Prohibited Acts and Penalties. We want to point you to line 29. Violating the following sections under the code, and then there's an enumeration of all the sections. The proposal, as discussed in the TWG and in the IRR committee, is that these items will have to be threshed out, such that it's clear what actions are being pertained to in each of the sections. So, for example, in Section 6, Section 6 on the identification and development of PPP projects, what violations are being pertained to. So it's not a sky is the limit kind of thing. So please let us know if you have comments, inputs, and clarifications. Section 204, setting of the fine. Section 205, liability of private individuals. Section 206, liability of public officers and employees. And Section 207, effect of lawful performance of duties. All of the things that we have published, we have not revised. So unless there are comments, inputs, edits, this would probably be it. Title 25 is the next item, actually second to the last item, pages 163 to 164. Final provisions. Section 220 is about oversight provision. Section 221, IRR committee. Section 222, amendments to the IRR. Section 223, separability clause. And Section 224, effectivity. So, do we have any comments, questions here? If there's none, let's go to section 3 of Title 1. This would be the rules of interpretation. No changes, no revision in the published draft unless there are comments, inputs. So if there are none, we've covered all of the titles and sections of the draft IRR. Again, this is not yet, there are questions.
Sorry, I just saw it. Item AA,
Yes.
the definition of KPIs. Is it deliberate that the government is not included? So KPIs only refer to indicators to measure the success
Yes.
of the private partner.
Yes, because the KPIs would pertain to the performance of the private partner. Normally, it's the private partner delivering the service. Government would normally have obligations and government undertakings, yeah, but not KPIs.
If there is like a JV where the government would also have deliverables, not financial, but deliverables on its part in terms of, let's say, expertise or other kind of service, would that not be included as a KPI?
Normally, we don't call them KPI. Those are government obligations or government undertakings.
And then just on Title 11, investment incentives. The incentives in the second paragraph, line 14, it says that...
What page
sorry,
is that? Sorry.
Page 137.
Yeah, 137. Yep.
It says that line 14 says that such incentives shall be included as part of the assumptions in the financial and economic models. So we're assuming that the incentives will be approved already prior to it being approved. When we submit a proposal, for example, we're under the assumption that the incentives have already been approved by the IPA.
So this is actually an ongoing item within the IRR committee. So disclosure is one thing for purposes of evaluating the proposed project and approving it to get to the procurement stage. However, there is a process that's being followed for all of these investment incentives. So those are to be harmonized. There is that suggestion, a sort of pre-approving those incentives so that it could be considered during the evaluation and approval stage.
Would there be any incentive in submitting a proposal that is under the SIPP? Would there be more likelihood of having it approved because it's part of the SIPP, or it's already or the BOI or the FIRB has jurisdiction based on the threshold limits under the CREATE law?
Okay, technically it's the other way around. So once your project is approved, more or less, it's to be considered it's more or less considered in the SIPP. Okay, how do I put this? So when you earlier we have a section which lists down the considerations for approving a PPP project. That does not include SIPP, for instance. So when you look at the project, when the approving body looks at the project, it would look at all those considerations. The SIPP is a different discussion on incentives. But what I am saying is that there is already a consideration that probably if those incentives could be disclosed at an earlier stage, that is the approval process, then probably those could be considered. But there is no final decision yet. But if we can get your feedback, comments, inputs, that will help us, defend it or discuss it with the IRR committee.
Thank you.
All right, so any other inputs?
Okay, while waiting for the last batch of comments, again, as mentioned, this is not yet final, but this is the last consultation session, but we all have until March 8th for all your inputs, comments, and suggestions. Please know that all of those comments are being read one by one, word per word, so please don't hesitate submitting those. Questions are also valid. If you don't have a specific proposal, but you have questions in mind, send them as well, and we'll try to answer them, but to the best that we can. Otherwise, we'll figure it down the road. Do we have comments, questions?
All right, so, sorry, seeing none, so I think we're good. Jeff?
Yeah, we're good. Yeah. So thank you. That ends my assignment for today. Thank you.
Right. Right, so again, DED Jeffrey Manalo. Okay, so before we proceed with the closing of this activity, we just have a few reminders. So again, we will be accepting your inputs or comments or questions until March 8th. So you can visit the PPP Center website for the link to where you can submit your comments or inputs, or you can scan the QR code that is presented on your screens. All right, and also, may we remind everyone, if you haven't yet, kindly accomplish the attendance form that is outside at the registration booth. And also, we will be sending you a link to the evaluation form and some materials that were used in this session. So again, you will have until March 13 to accomplish the evaluation form. All right, and now to formally close this activity, may we now call on the Assistant Secretary for Investment Programming of the NEDA, Assistant Secretary Roderick M. Planta, and the Chair of the TWG.
Yehey, uwian na. Off script po muna kasi may pinapabasa sa akin. Actually po yung closing remarks on behalf of the PPP Code IRR Committee. So dapat si Yusek Tristan o yun. Ikaw dapat yun. Ako yung TW Chair. Sabi, Chair, umupo lang ako dun. Sabi ko, umupo lang, Chair, di ba? Kaingit sa akin. Sabi ko na nga itong closing remarks. But I guess hindi naman po kalabisan on behalf of the IR Committee na pasalamatan muna si 𝐷𝐸-𝐷𝐿, yung energetic, ever-patient natin speaker for the entire day. Diba? Parang ang dali ng trabaho namin. Siyempre, pasasalamat rin. Kung nabanggit ni Yusek Crystal kanina, si ADB team, Nigel, sino pa mga team nyo, for hosting us today. Parang welcome message lang yata kapalit dun eh. Parang pwede bang ulitin nyo na, Nigel? Welcome message lang palagi. Dito na lang kami palagi mag-meeting. Well, yeah. But here goes yung ating closing remarks. And I'm reading it, bawal na maging remarks of script na. Sige, a pleasant afternoon to everyone. On behalf of the PPP Code IRR Committee, I would like to extend our sincerest gratitude to our representatives from the private sector who took time out of their busy schedules to join us for today's consultation session for the finalization of the IRR of the PPP Code. We are pleased that this activity was well attended by more than 160 private sector representatives from all over the country, both via online and in person here at the ADB HQ, Mandaluyong City. We thank you for your continued support for the Philippine PPP program. As we draw closer to the finalization of the PPP Code IRR, we are confident that this updated policy framework will help us reinforce the country's investment ecosystem and will likewise create a more stable and predictable policy environment for collaboration in high-impact
infrastructure projects. The success of the PPP code lies in a well-crafted IRR. Your continued support and active participation in our consultation sessions are of big help as we ensure that comprehensive viewpoints are considered in the crafting thereof. We assure you that the final PPP code IRR will consider the comments and feedback received during the consultation sessions we've been conducting since January 2024. We will conclude this endeavor with an IRR that is efficient, fair, and strengthens cooperation between the public and private sectors. In the coming weeks, we will continue to keep you posted on the developments of the PPP code IRR. We are confident that the PPP code IRR will be released according to schedule. Once again, thank you, and we look forward to seeing you again in your future PPP endeavors. We hope for the continued success of PPP projects under the PPP Code of the Philippines. Good afternoon and have a great rest of the day. So maraming salamat po. Day na.
All right, thank you so much, Asik Planta, also the chairperson of the IRR committee. So again, thank you so much to the IRR committee, TWG and Secretariat, as well as the participants online and in person, and those who tuned in on Facebook and YouTube live stream, and also to the ADB for supporting this activity. And now, to formally capture this moment, may we request everyone for a photo opportunity. So this time, can we use the stage po for our photo opportunity? Also, for the online participants, if you can open your cameras so we can display you in our LED wall. Okay, so please, everyone, kindly join us on stage. So, everyone, please join us on stage. Yes po. Ay, sige po. You can, ano po. Sige po. Akit na lang po kayo sa stage and then we will guide you where you can stand. And for the IRR committee members, maybe you can sit po. Yes. And then everyone, ayan, pwede po kayo sa harap or pwede po kayo sa likod po ng ating IRR team. Sige po, for those of you still at the back, yes, pwede po kayo dito sa taas, yes. Alright, so everyone, please, ma'am, sirs. Alright, everyone. Yeah. Ayan po. Ayan, so, ayan, take your places po, everyone.
Guys, kasama na kayo.
So, tingin po kayo sa camera and then hold your smiles for a few seconds. Ayan, also to those online, smile po kayo dyan. 3, 2, 1, cheese. Alright, with that, thank you so much everyone and have a great rest of the day.
you.